Thank you so much, Florence. Florence has invited each one of us to get to know our neighbors. Could we take a second and say hi to our neighbors? Good morning to everyone. You could get their praise name, you could get their nicknames and how they prefer to be called. Okay, high regard. The hotel has given us a safety moment, and we are going to invite our own Mr. Brian Ochaki Kabalega to come and give you the safety moment that has been prepared by the Uganda National Oil Company. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brian Ochaki Kabalega. I work as a National Content Officer at the Uganda National Oil Company. I've been tasked today to give the safety moment from ourselves. So owing to, I'm sure you've all heard or now know about the unfortunate incident, fatal incident at the Kingfisher development area, we felt it wise or prudent to give you a few reminders about your responsibilities regarding safety as contractors for the safety moment today. I'm not sure how I have to move this, or someone has to help. Yeah, okay. Awesome. Can't read. We have a can look over. So these are just reminders. I'm pretty sure you are aware of them, but I want to just refresh your minds. So as contractors, you play a vital role in ensuring that safety in your environment is maintained. Sorry? Okay, awesome. And so your actions are directly or indirectly very impactful on the safety of yourselves, but also of the entire operations wherever you are contracted in the oil and gas sector. So it is very key that you comply with all the safety regulations and standards that have been put in place by government, but also those that have been given to you by the company that has given you work to do. So also ensure that you familiarize yourself with the specific safety requirements that are required for the work that you're undertaking, because the different contracts require different safety requirements, to ensure that you are aware of them and you familiarize yourselves. So before you undertake any work, you want to carry out risk assessment in terms of safety issues or incidents that you might encounter as you're undertaking your work. So please identify and report all the potential hazards that you might face, and then work with the company that has given you the contract to develop some mitigation plans in the unlikely event that you have those incidents. So you want to also focus on safety training, so attend any safety orientations and trainings that the company has, so that you know what they expect of you and what you're supposed to do, but also make sure you understand and follow the safety guidelines and protocols very clearly. Communication is also key as you're trying to be safe when you're executing your work. So you want to maintain open and clear communication routes with your company's safety personnel. So every time they call upon you, you respond. Anytime you need to query or ask a question about safety, you should be able to do so. So, yeah. Awesome. Probably this is much better advised. So, ensure that you report safety concerns and incidents, or even any near misses, promptly, on time. So if an incident happens, don't wait a week to report it as soon as you practically can to the company so that you forge a way forward. Be proactive in seeking help or clarification whenever needed. Pertaining to equipment and PPE, we are aware that different works require different PPE. Some works require you to have special PPE, so ensure that you have the right PPE to use for whichever job you've been given, and also ensure that your equipment is properly maintained and is in good working conditions whenever you kick off work. How to do emergency response, know the emergency response procedures for your site. So this must have been communicated to you by the company prior, and then you integrate within your own safety procedures that you have. Participate in drills and simulations to familiarize yourself with the protocols on site. Report any designated master points during emergencies. So you want to also supervise and also be compliant whenever you're undertaking your works. So you want to follow the directions of the company supervisors regarding safety always. Comply with safety instructions and policies at all times. Do not take shortcuts. This is key. Or engage in unsafe practices. Contractors, we want to save time because time is money, so there are things you will want to cut corners around. Please try to avoid taking corners as much as possible, because more often than not, you will have incidences as a result of having cut a very, sometimes not critical corner. It might look very non-critical, but it can cause an incident. Be cognizant of the reporting and documentation as well when it comes to safety. So you want to cooperate with incident investigations and provide accurate information in the unlikely event that you have an incident and someone has come to investigate the cause. Please give them as much information as possible, because it will help other contractors not to go through the same issues, but also you to improve. Be aware that incidents or violations may have consequences for you and even the company that you're working with. So for example, currently Unoc operations have been suspended as a result of that incident. So the company's work has been affected, but also the contractor's work has been affected. Maintain clear records of your safety incidents and your meetings as well. And so as I conclude, your safety performance will always be evaluated, yeah? But before an outsider comes to evaluate you, ensure you have self-evaluation in there, and focus on improvement as well. So aim for a positive safety record and actively contribute to a safe work environment. And lastly, but not least, you must ensure that you're accountable to your own safety. No one else is accountable for your own safety. Only you can keep yourself safe. Only you can keep your workers safe while executing jobs. And your commitment to safety is non-negotiable, but very essential as well. We thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian, for that powerful safety moment. Indeed, it is important that as we go, we actually become safe, because that is the only way to go. Now, before we start the program, my name is Jessica Cheune. I'm the one who invited you to come here. We are happy to see you. Some of you know me, some of you don't. And before we start the actual program, we need to know who is here with us. And we are going to start with personal introductions. So I'll take the microphone to this table.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dalvin Kamcha. I'm from E35 Limited, and we're doing agriculture in areas of beef and dairy, and we're also tackling personal protective equipment, PPE. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Kukundakwe. I'm from an HR consultancy firm called Pros Recruit. We do labor management, recruitment, any other HR related work, and I'm happy to be here.
My name is Godfrey Mujuni from Crest Tanks Limited. We are manufacturers of #1 plastic water tanks and many other plastic products. We are happy to be here. I'm with my colleague, Mr. Ajay Jain. He's the general manager for Crest Tanks. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm Brave Emmanuel from Protea Hotels. That's a leisure and hospitality industry, dealing in accommodation, conferences, catering. Yeah, I'm grateful to be with you here. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Edson Chizuto from Speedlink Solutions, Operations Manager. It's a consultancy and investigative company. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Donald Mark Bonyo. I'm the Operation Manager of Sky Center Services Limited, the leading supplier of my district. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Nawati from 4 Points by Sheraton, Kampala.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Mtabazi Ronald. I'm coming from Green Village Projects, Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Muria from Mudemabone Construction. We are 360 oil and gas service provider. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christina Kasivayo. I'm from Unoc.
Morning, everyone. My name is Arnold Luwaga from Engineering Solutions. I'm glad to be here.
Good morning. My name is Eric Obura from Grant Thornton, Uganda. We are an audit and advisory firm and provide bespoke solutions to medium and large-scale businesses. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Boaz Kawe, a legal associate with B&M Advocates, your top corporate law firm in Kampala. We offer legal services to different entities and different sectors, including the oil, gas, and energy sector. I'm happy to be here with you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Natamba. I'm from ICA Lion General Insurance. We sell non-life insurance products.
Hi, everyone. My name is Fiona Nabude. I work with ICA Lion Life Assurance Company. We do life insurance and retirement benefit scheme administration services. Glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Oleke from Health Promotion International. We provide medical and public health services. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Mutek Jundab from Kamit Energies. We do the non-destructive testings and quality control and audits.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Douglas Njagumanawe. I'm from Exponential Ventures Limited. We're general contractors and maintenance engineers.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Christine Mukas-Mugarawa from Equity Bank. I'm in charge of oil, gas, energy, and extractives.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Naomi Nerima Obo from Equity Bank, and I'm responsible for the Environment, Social, and Governance Unit of the bank.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tungesije Fabian from International Process Center Limited.
Yes, I'm glad to be with you at this moment. My name is Ainaman Diedone from International Consensus Center Limited. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Omut Crispus from Ground Control.
We do tunneling, river flood management, and slope stabilization solutions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nakaiza Deborah from Grand Control Engineering and Construction Company Limited. My boss, I'm an administrator.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rajesh Kumar. I am the Executive Director of Oxygas. We are the manufacturer for medical and industrial gases like nitrogen, argon, acetylene, oxygen, and accessories. In fact, we are already supplying the industrial gases who want to contact our oil and gas. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ajay Jain. I represent Crest Tanks Limited. We are manufacturers of plastic water tanks, oil toilets, UPVC pipe, HDP pipes, and other plastic components are used on the sites. IS 9000, 40000, and 14000 certified company. We are happy to be here, and we are serving almost many contractors who are working with oil and gas projects right now. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Colin Zimpango. I'm from Webale, and we offer IT solutions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Solomon Kiplagat. I'm the Managing Director of Upstream Limited. Upstream Limited is a member of Mutual Coats and Seven Stars Logistics Company. We are specialized in out of Chicago, in Mombasa, to all the regions, and we are also collateral managers in Uganda.
Born in Sam from professional engineering consultants. We provide a full range of civil engineering project infrastructure, design, project management solutions.
Good morning, everyone. Ms. Kundan, an author with BRLs at Public Council.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Asmul the Director of Development and my partner of Hamas legal in Studio.
Good evening. We provide services in civil works. We also have logistics. Yeah, and we're located in Chira. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bamiki Ben is my name, representing Bukandula Hotel. We deal in hospitality. We are located on Rubaga Road. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nakawiye Kate from Puri General Cleaners and Supplies. We deal in supplies, cleaning, and fumigation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am called Niwamanya Ruth, representing Quera Limited. We make garments and PPE.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dennis Owaraga, Head Legal Knight Frank Uganda, the market leader in property management and agency. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm called Norbert Kashamererwa from Next Edge Engineering Services. We deal in construction, logistics, and we are located in Chira.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Professor David Katamba. I'm the Senior Advisor for CSR at Uganda Chapter for Corporate Social Responsibility Initiatives. We provide a full range of corporate social responsibility related services, right from CSR surveys, to CSR projects monitoring and evaluation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Pamela Chichoncho is my name. I work with RKA and Company as an administrator. RKA and Company does audit, accounting, tax, and business advisory. I'm glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andreas Machnik. I'm from Okapi Energies. We deal in mud engineering, mud products, and equipment.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chomhandi Brenda from T&D Cleaners. We do construction, cleaning, and facility management.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aisha Kabatoro. I'm from Lake World Uganda Limited. We do commercial pest control, hygiene and washroom solutions, and also supply and maintenance of CCTV cameras. I'm glad to be here.
Good morning. I'm Kyotamanya Yahaya from Haske Services. We deal in construction, services, and supply.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Mukisa. I work with a company called Inter Africa Corporate Limited. It is a management consultants firm offering services in access to finance, trade facilitation, project scoping and design, but we're also dealing into agribusiness. Thank you. Happy to be here.
Morning. Ahamya William Bwambata, Director of Asutas Uganda Limited. We deal in IT solutions and different supplies. Thank you.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Philip Masilka. We deal in ICT and our company called Techiman Investment. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Ivan Palampa. We provide financial solutions to customers who need working capital, trade solutions, and I work for Stanbic Bank.
My name is James Okwi. I work with Petroleum Authority of Uganda as a skills development officer.
My name is Ivan Zbarikudembe from Olives Expeditions. We are into logistics solutions and travel solutions.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bintu Peter Kenneth, and I work with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda as an enterprise development officer.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lily Buliava. I work with Marsh Insurance Brokers. We mainly deal in insurance brokerage, risk advisory, and consultancy solutions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Eva Saiwait Mahere, Director Pamoja Logistics. We're into supply and distribution.
Good morning, everyone. Liliana Luciva is my name. I work with Olives Expeditions Limited. We do tour, travel, and logistics. Thank you.
Morning once again. My name is Brian Achaki Kavaliga with the Uganda National Oil Company. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Charles Mwesige. I'm currently acting environmental specialist, Uganda National Oil Company. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mbode Muhammad. I work with the Clarkson Insurance Brokers. We do insurance advisory services.
Morning, everyone. I'm Jocelyn Uchanda, Director Marketing of Nick General Insurance Company. We offer all insurance services, including for oil and gas, both for upstream and downstream. Good to be here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Betty Matovu. I work with Nick General Insurance Company. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amina Ismail. I represent Next Media Services. We inform to transform, and we offer all media services.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Patrick Senyenjo is my name. I work for Rock Telecom. We're a fully fledged service provider. We are dealing in internet services, cloud services, cyber security, you name it, digital solutions, we do them all. I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sibongile Kalifungwa. I'm a consultant at Marsh. I work under the Risk Advisory Department.
I'm Reverend Kasiraho Enoch Kamsheja. I'm a person affected by the project, and I'm very happy to be so. A pap. I'm a farmer, and I'm interested in cooperating with those people that need food. And I will make sure that I will mobilize my farmers to see that all the foods, all types of foods, can be grown in the 10 districts, and the money remains there. Please join me. Don't take away our money. Shall make sure that.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Vanessa Natkunda, working with Rock Telecom as well. Happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. Donald Bemgisha from Consortium Hancorp ISS. We deal in security, logistics, and civil works. Pleasure to be here.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Susan Mugema. I work with PPE Center Limited. We are ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001 certified. We offer personal protective equipment and also QHSE consultancy services. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Alexis Akilabaine. I represent Voitech Solutions. We offer ICT services, audiovisual, and security, telephony, all that. I'm glad to be here.
Good morning, members. I'm called David Mwezi, representing Co-Effort Works Uganda Limited. We do construction, solid waste management. We have also a sister company called Bond Tours and Travel. All the travels and related tours, please, I'm here.
Good morning. My name is Desmond Kareva from Cargo International. We're a logistics company.
My name is David Mpora. I'm the country lead ABT expert. We assist organizations from all over the world set up in Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Cynthia Katende. I work as a projects manager for RI Distributors, also under the joint venture for DGG Group. We offer logistics and transport services.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oliver Kawa. I work with Keystone Contractors Limited, and we offer tower constructions, road constructions, and building constructions.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bahat Irene from Center Enterprises. We deal in assorted office stationery, ICT equipment, general supplies. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joel Enunji. I'm from Libitco Technical Supplies. We are major suppliers of oil field equipment and material. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Vivian Chambo. I work with Pearl ENV Limited. We provide environmental and social management services. We do environmental and social impact assessment, environmental audit, management systems, and implementing of mitigation measures. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Fortunate Duffin from Anoma Group Construction Company.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gloria Linda from Inspector Africa, and we do inspection.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Charles Mumza from Mumza Chiza Advocates. We provide legal services and have been in the oil and gas sector since 2017. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rachel Mwesigwa, and I'm the savings manager for Finca Uganda. We work with local communities. I'm also the company secretary for Verge Ventures, a mining company, and I am certified in sustainable finance.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Owen Kakama. I work with Next Media Services, where we have NBS, Sanyuka Television, and Next Radio. We inform to transform.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Babazi Immaculate, working with International Energy Technique, what other people call it IET. We do provide different services, works, supplies on a turnkey basis, both for industry, building and technology, and utility. Nice to be here.
Morning to you all. My name is Nakaiza Rosette from International Energy, electrical company.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Ogwete, Managing Director, Infotel Grand General Holdings. We do offer ICT services and general supplies. Very glad to be here.
Timothy Mpanga is my name, representing Fireworks Advertising. We are marketing and communications experts.
Wafula Noah is my name. I'm General Manager, Riverbank Engineering.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Isaac Rugaba. I'm the Chief Executive Officer, Center for Occupational Safety and Health Uganda Limited. We are your one-stop center for all your quality, healthy, safety, and environment needs. You're located on Gaba Road. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Deus Tukamuhebwa. I'm the Public Relations Officer at Abubeka Technical Services and General Supplies. We are makers of fine roads and a leading domestic company in construction industry. I'm glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aisha Nachunga from Octagon Insurance Brokers. We offer oil and gas risk advisory services. I'm glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Luwama Bruno from Red Square. We are a marketing and advertising agency.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jen Asasira. I'm from Savnet, Uganda. We are a surveying company and we offer engineering surveys. We also do underground utility mapping, and then we also offer car tracking services. And I'm here with my boss.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called David Decembatia, manager for Savnet Uganda Limited, and also CEO SD Advertising Agency. Thank you.
My name is Sona Patrick. I come from Revolve Tech. We provide brand communication support services, ours to enhance your visibility in your market space.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Medei Jude from International Business Solutions. We deal in IT solutions.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janet Kenjeyo, representing WSS Services. We are engineering and environmental consultants.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Musambe Abdul from Nila Malt Concepts. We do import office furniture and fittings.
Yes, my name is Carl Richards. I'm a mechanical engineer by profession, MD,
Zero Waste Consult. We provide services in ISO system management. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm called Michael Ariko from WorkTech. We supply laboratory and field equipment, testing equipment for water, environment, oil and gas. We're glad to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Christina Sio. I work with WorkTech projects, and my colleague has said it all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jovia Bridget Nakato. I work with professional engineering consultants, and I am a sociologist.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shamim Nantume. I'm from Binit Services. We deal in waste management, all types of waste.
Good morning. I'm Jemima Jihopio. I'm a lawyer with SNL Advocates. It's a full-service business law firm that whose practice also covers oil and gas.
All protocol observed. Good morning, everyone. I'm Pamela Subuga from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Julian Mwewaze. I'm an associate with S&L Advocates. We offer legal services, in particular corporate advisory for both investors and suppliers, and that would include ESG compliance. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Chaze. I work with Uganda National Bureau of Standards. We largely develop standards in many, many sectors, including the one we are here today for. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chiza Simon. I'm the ESG manager for Busoga Forestry Company. We produce sustainable forest products and also develop sustainable forest plantations. We are FSC certified, and for all those in need of FSC certified forest products, we're the one-stop center. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anamkwaya Sophie. I work as an administrator at Abubakar Technical Services and General Supplies. We are located in Mukono. We do road construction. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Asimo Robert from UTB, Uganda Travel Bureau. We've been in business for 52 years. We do ticketing, we do car hire, we organize team buildings, and we do hotel bookings. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Florence Babirie. I work with Truline Africa Limited, a customer-centric company offering freight forwarding and logistics solution. Glad to be here.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Lukaga Kevin. I'm from Air International. We supply oil and gas equipment such as OCTG.
Morning, everyone. Godwin Kakan is my name. I'm a lawyer with Max Advocates, and we provide legal services.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Lindo Hamsoke. I work with Max Advocates, full service leading law firm in Uganda.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Swet Tumsime, Director of Aisha Tumsime Transporters.
Hello, I'm called Michael Bagea, Quality Control Consultant, focusing on 3 standards. That's 45001, that's HSE, 22000, 2018, that's food safety, and 14001, 2015, that's environment management. While you're here, enjoy the fruits and the vegetables, because Sheraton is one of my clients. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Faith Clavako. I work with Hastings Business Training. We're located at Plot 10, Calf Road, Nakasero. That's Twin Towers, Level 8. We do labor management, training and development, and we offer British accredited certificates in oil and gas. Please come for better services. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joanne Nachini from Raising Abdo Foundation. I'm a projects lead. At Raising Abdo, we do renewable energy. We are under production of cook stoves and briquettes. We also offer green skilling to youths in Kampala, basically refugees. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daniel Chua on behalf of BBT Contractors Limited. We major in sectors of civil, mechanical, and electrical. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James Magulu, Managing Director, Nanosoft Technologies Limited. We are a process instrumentation firm. We do indoor and outdoor environment monitoring, automated continuous cold chain management, and weather stations for outdoor environment monitoring. Then we are also the authorized distributor of Davis instruments and advanced environment engineering. These are US companies that are basically doing manufacturers of environment management equipment. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gloria Nawire from Silk Events Limited. We provide events management services.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Barbara Natskunda. I work with Nanosoft Technologies. I'm here with my boss, Mr. James Magulu, and I'm the sales and marketing executive. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Shina Ainerukundo, an associate at Abmark Associates, which specializes in oil and gas, mining, power and tax, and we represent a number of contractors and subcontractors in the oil and gas sector. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Matama Jennifer. I work with More Funds Limited, the dealers in general supplies, and also we are your distributors for Unilever products. Thank you.
Somebody very special to Unoc to come and make our opening remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Catherine Tumusime, and I'm the Chief Human Resource Officer of the Uganda National Oil Company. I'm also in charge of national content. To start with the protocol, the Unoc Board of Directors present, our shareholders present, Petroleum Authority of Uganda, our partners, Total Energies, CNOC, the Unoc Exco present, our partner banks, Stanbic and Equity, EDs, MDs, and all representatives of our suppliers present. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. You're most welcome to today's workshop. Really on behalf of the board and management of Unoc, we thank you for always responding to our call. And of course, your presence here cannot be taken for granted. As we all know, ESG is now a critical thing to winning any contract and also to getting the financing that we require. So we are really grateful that you took it so seriously. And I hope that during introductions, we pay more attention on who is supplying what, so that from here you can probably form joint ventures, because one of the challenges that we have in failure to gain contracts is the capacity in terms of financing, in terms of quantity, in terms of technical know-how. So much as we already have you at the register, we normally give you this opportunity so that you know who is who here, who can you partner with, where can you get which service, so that you can win the contract. So I hope that we really paid attention to that effect. Unoc has a mandate to build the capacity of Ugandan suppliers to win contracts. And that's a national content mandate. National content is about retaining value in country through employment of Ugandans and also the supply of goods and services from the local people. So that's why we are here on a quarterly basis to disseminate critical information that will help all of us to win contracts and retain value in country. So I call upon you this morning to pay critical attention as to why ESG is really very important. We are going to hear from the bankers, we are going to hear from the technical experts, and we see from here how we can incorporate it into our bids to increase the opportunities of winning the contracts. It wasn't my day to speak. I was here basically to welcome you and to thank you for really responding to our call. And I have the honor and pleasure to invite Director Stella Marie Biwaga, a Unoc Board of Directors, to deliver her opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have already been introduced, so I'll not introduce myself again. The officials from the different ministries, agencies, and departments present, our partners present, our distinguished suppliers, and the business fraternity, management and staff of Unoc, members of the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to join you for the Supplier Development Workshop for Q3 of the calendar year 2023, and giving opening remarks on behalf of the Chairman Board of Directors, Mr. Emmanuel Katongole, who would have loved to be here personally, but he is unable, so I'll do that. And for that, I'll read his message verbatim because it's special to the suppliers. The theme of the workshop is the role of ESG in contract bidding and access to financing. As we gather here, we find ourselves at an intersection of two critical dimensions shaping the contemporary business landscape: environmental, social, and governance considerations, and the intricate world of contract bidding and financing. In a world grappling with pressing environmental challenges, heightened social consciousness, and an ever-watchful eye of the corporate ethics, ESG considerations have evolved into integral factors influencing the very foundation of business transactions. At Unoc, we are committed to maintaining the highest standards in the sustainable exploitation of the country's oil and gas resources by upholding ESG principles, not only within the confines of our workspaces, but with host communities as well, joint venture partners, as well as suppliers of goods and services. We also expect our suppliers and contractors to be conscious of ESG in their operations. In pursuit of this vision, Unoc developed an ESG strategy. which is currently being implemented. Under the strategy, Unoc is committed to implementing initiatives that will contribute to the achievement of Uganda's national content policy. Promoting national participation in the oil and gas sector is attained through supplier selection, supplier and national skills development, and this workshop is contributing to the last element, which is supplier skills development. And I am glad that many of you have come for this workshop. We don't take that for granted because this is one of Unoc's mandates. So when we invite people and they don't turn up, we are failing on our mandate. In the realm of contract bidding, companies are increasingly finding that aligning their proposals with ESG principles can give them a competitive edge. Government agencies like Unoc and private companies are seeking partners, service providers, suppliers who not only meet contractual requirements but also share a commitment to sustainability, responsible governance, and social responsibility. Adherence to ESG principles has therefore emerged as a key differentiator, reshaping the dynamics of competition and signaling a profound shift in stakeholder expectations. ESG also plays a pivotal role in accessing financing. Investors and financial institutions are becoming more discerning, channeling capital towards business that demonstrates strong ESG performance. This we can attest to at the recent ADIPEC in Abu Dhabi. The financiers went to an extent. I'm glad there was a gentleman on carbon credit here, and they were telling us they want to know the molecules that we are emitting before financing can be given. They have become that detailed. So incorporating ESG metrics into your financial strategy does not only enhance access to capital, but also improves borrowing terms and reduces the cost of capital. The integration of ESG considerations into business practices can therefore lead to improved operational efficiency, risk mitigation, and ultimately enhanced long-term value creation. Our deliberations today will aim to unravel the ways in which ESG credentials can distinguish your bid from competitors and open doors to lucrative contractors. The speakers today will explain how companies can leverage ESG commitments in the evolving landscape of financing by dissecting the criteria that financial institutions employ in assessing the creditworthiness of companies. In this context, we will analyze how a demonstrable commitment to ESG practices can become a catalytic for securing favorable financial arrangements, fostering a win-win scenario for business, investors, and the wider community. As we embark on this dialogue, I encourage each of you to actively participate, share your thoughts, insights, and engage in a collaborative effort to decipher the intricate interplay between ESG, contract bidding, and access to financing. Together, let us uncover innovative strategies that not only benefit individual companies, but create to the larger community sustainable and responsible business practices. As a board, we thank management for organizing such workshops. They are important for the sector and the country as a whole. I thank you for your kind attention. For God and my country, Emmanuel Katongole, Chairman, Board of Directors, Uganda National Oil Company. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Director Stella, for actually opening us up to ESG and giving it an international perspective, and how we can each as individuals contribute to make sure that we play our part in the environment, which is the planet, in social, which is the people, and in governance, which is profit. So before we get into the program itself, we would like to know where are we with our oil and gas projects, and who is the best person to tell us other than the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. So Petroleum Authority, you're welcome to tell us where are we? Are we benefiting? Are Ugandans actually having oil as oil for Ugandans, or is everything going international? You're welcome.
Good morning to everyone, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm here representing the Director for Economics and National Content Monitoring of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, who would have loved to be here, but because of other similarly important engagements, she sent me to make a presentation on behalf of the authority. I will start by giving the highlights. Thank you. So these are the highlights of what we are going to be looking at. We'll start by looking at the status of Uganda's oil and gas projects. We'll also look at the national content gains and the compliance requirements for you to be able to participate in the oil and gas sector. As far as the legal framework is concerned, you will appreciate that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is responsible for policy formulation. They are also responsible for investment, promotion, and licensing. Whereas for us, as the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, we are privileged to be the regulators of the oil and gas sector. And that's our main core mandate. So in regulation, we also monitor the upstream and the midstream subsectors. And then also we ensure that there is compliance of petroleum operations to the legislations that have been, because there are so many laws that are applicable to this sector. So we make sure that all the players, all the joint venture partners, all the operators, contractors, subcontractors are in conformity with the laws applicable. Whereas Unoc, which is also another government arm, is responsible for the commercial aspects. They are the business arm of government. For them, their main responsibility is to ensure that they take forward the country's commercial interests and also creating joint ventures across the petroleum value chain. Now, you'll note here from the slides that there are lots of activities that are happening in the sector, and you note that much as our moderator was asking us to confirm whether oil and gas is real, I think I'm here also to confirm that oil and gas is no longer a rumor in this country. Oil and gas is real. Drilling is happening. I can confirm some oil wells, the drilling is actually complete in some pads, and there have already been very, very good feedback coming through that I think our oil is going to be one of those most viable oil projects one can invest in. But even when we're aware that oil is there, we don't want to wait and see it depleted, and yet we are nurturing a lot of talent to take on the project. So there is still exploration works going on, and I can confirm that companies like Ama Energy, Oranto, DGR, and also Unoc are still continuing to discover more oil in our country. As far as development and production is concerned, already there are big players on board. We have Total Energies, we have Sinok, we have Unoc, who are already in the development and the production phase. The other is transportation, where again Total Energies will be involved, Unoc will be involved, Sinok will equally be involved, and of course a Tanzanian company that you can see as part of the East African crude oil pipeline project. In terms of refining and gas processing, you'll observe that for our country's interests, definitely Unoc will be responsible for gas refining in our country. And we also can go through the status of the oil and gas sector in our country. You will note that, like I said, exploration is still ongoing, and there are about 5 licenses that have just been given for the Kanyawatawa area that is being handled by Ama Energy. We also have the Ngasa Deep Play that has been awarded to Oranto. We also have Ngasa Shallow that has also been equally given to Oranto, and then we have the Kasuruban that Unoc is responsible for, and Turako that DGR is responsible for. There are a lot of other works that are ongoing in the subsequent 4 years. You will note that there will be reprocessing of the existing seismic data. There will also be acquisition of new seismic data during the 4 years. There will be geological and geological studies happening, and then there will be drilling of at least 2 exploration wells. And of course, other basins, apart from the Albertine Graben, there are also other basins that we are equally having a very, very keen eye on. And there is already data acquisition processes which are ongoing. And of course, these are those that are not yet licensed. And some of them are also within the Albertine Graben itself. We have interest also to appreciate what is in Hoima itself and many other places, including the Moroto, the Kadam Moroto area, where it's also believed there are prospects of large amounts of oil wells. And of course, the Lake Choga Basin that we are also closely tracking. You will also note that in terms of where we are, the development phase right now is an area you should pick a lot of interest in, because there are lots of opportunities in this area. In the upstream, there is still, like I told you, exploration going on. So some of you have interest in exploration works. You should be paying a keen interest in the developments that are happening in the country. And for what is already happening, for those of you who have been at the Tilenga area, those of you who have been at the Kingfisher development area, you will appreciate that lots of works are happening. There are new cities being established in those areas. The central processing facilities are being constructed. The pipeline laying projects are already happening, and I can confirm that some of the roads that are in these areas are almost better than those we have here in Kampala. They are state-of-the-art roads, and like I will be presenting in the subsequent slides, you will be amazed to realize that some of these roads were basically done by our own Ugandan companies, like Pearl Engineering, Excel, the Motor Angels. They have done exceedingly amazing works because of the high standard set for you to do anything in the oil and gas sector. As far as the Uganda's refinery project is concerned, you will appreciate that we expect that we will be able to produce at least 60,000 barrels per day. And of course, this oil will be transported all the way from Kabale to Tanga. You are aware it's a stretch of over 1,300 kilometers, but our Ugandan side will be 211 kilometers, and that also presents lots of opportunities for the sector and for you who are gathered here. As far as the East African Crude Oil Pipeline project, again, we expect to transport at least 200,000 barrels per day, and the figures of the amounts of the money that will be injected in the construction phases are just stated below. And of course, in terms of support infrastructure that you require to ensure that everything moves on smoothly, the airport is already complete. For those of you who have been to Kabale, which has been changed to Kabalega International Airport, it is a very amazing airport that you need to visit. It is a very magnificent airport that is able to carry any cargo. And the amounts of monies are there, 1 billion shillings, and many other things that you can be able to talk about. As far as the national content gains are concerned, you note that as Petroleum Authority of Uganda, our main interest in making Ugandans appreciate the sector is to ensure that we're able to increase the participation of Ugandans in the oil and gas sector. If you don't involve Ugandans, definitely they are likely not to belong with the project. So for us as the national content team, ours is to ensure that all the laws applicable to national content are regulated, and we monitor to assure Ugandans of their participation. And one of the ways is ensuring that we have in-country value retention. We want to make sure that, like one of the elders indicated, Ugandans are able to supply, and I think that's why you got a serious applause from the House, because that is our area of interest, to see that Ugandans participate. We don't want people to import even vegetables or fruits from other countries. So we are also interested in the development of the human capital. We want to see that Ugandans participate in the sector. Of course, oil and gas is a nascent sector. You wouldn't expect to see a lot of talent. And the PAU works very, very closely with the contractors and the subcontractors, plus the main operators, to ensure that there is upskilling, reskilling, or even skilling of Ugandans for areas for which we are not sufficiently competent to provide services in the oil and gas sector. We also do develop competitiveness of Ugandan enterprises to be able to supply the oil and gas sector. And I think that is why some of you here are already attesting to it, that you have been supported to meet the international standards that are required for this sector. And that's also one of our areas of interest. In terms of where you should refocus your attention today, I think this is the most important slide for all of us. As government, we realize that for you to supply the sector, you need lots of capital. You need lots of skills that we discovered that we were not sufficiently prepared for. So what government did was to ensure that some services are a preserve of Ugandans. And government decided to have 16 ring-fence services. These services cannot be provided if you are not a Ugandan company. And you really need to take note. And I was happy with the composition of the participants. I think Unoc took this with the utmost seriousness to ensure that almost all players who are likely to benefit in the 16 ring-fence services were invited here. I heard some of you say you work in security-related aspects. this is ring fence. We don't expect any contract to be awarded to an international when Ugandans can competently provide security services. Foods and beverages has already been underscored here, that the foods and services, foods can be got in this country. You are aware Uganda is a part of Africa with 2 beautiful seasons. So we are able to supply foodstuffs which are really very organic throughout the year. Hotel accommodation and catering services, we wouldn't want to use international hotels to provide our services. Why would someone land in Nairobi Hilton when we have here facilities like this that meet international standards? We want to see that aspects that relate to management of human resources, people management, companies are done by Ugandans. I will attempt to maybe project some of those that are already working, the Avantis, the Sunmakers, the Chusosings, and others. And many of you who want to join this space of supporting the industry, because most times our players have come here to produce oil. They have not come to manage human beings. And they want to always subcontract that aspect of people management to Ugandan companies. Fuel supply is one of them. Clearing and forwarding is one of them. Locally available construction materials can be also sourced from even the local communities. Civil works, environment studies and impact assessments, communication and information technology services, waste management where possible. All these are activities that have been ring-fenced, including facilities management. Camp management is a ring-fenced service. So issues that relate to training, capacity building is also a ring-fenced service. So ensure that you invest in these areas, but of course what you have to appreciate is that the standard that has been set in the sector is really very, very, very high. In terms of the pillars for national content, some of the pillars you will be able to appreciate that the Petroleum Authority has deeply gotten involved the utilization of goods and services. You will note that in the sector, a lot of goods and services are now being supplied by the communities, because priority has always been given to the local communities. Where the local communities cannot provide, that's when other Ugandans get the opportunity to supply. Also, priority has been given to the procurement of goods and services. And as PAU, one of those things that you need to note is that you need to register with the National Supplier Database, because that is a prerequisite for any of you. I heard you say you are the leading this in this, you are the leading this in this. You will continue leading, but for as long as you are not registered in the National Supplier Database, yours will continue being a story. So it is our appeal to you that ensure that before the break of this day, ensure you register with the National Supplier Database, because it's a prerequisite. And the PAU has developed an online system that is consumed by every Ugandan at a zero price. And no one, I emphasize, should demand a contribution of any amount, because this is a free service by our government. The other is the joint ventures that Unoc as well promotes. Of course, for even the ring-fence services, when we realize the activity may not be completely be done by Ugandans, then the next preference goes to a joint venture, which also must confirm that it is actually a Ugandan joint venture, and the requirements are also very clear, and we're here to support in providing you guidance on how, again, you can form a joint venture. In terms of employment of Ugandans, I have already talked about this, that when we are recruiting, emphasis is always on Ugandans. even you who are already having contracts, for you to get the subsequent contract might be hard if the number of experts you're employing is higher than the number of Ugandans. The law clearly defines the categories of Ugandans and the numbers that you must have at every level, including at management. And that's why sometimes companies complain that have not been categorized as a Ugandan company, much as I'm registered in the NSD. It's because sometimes when we come, we realize that Ugandans are not directors. They are not at top management. They are basically support staff, cleaners, drivers, and that may not qualify you to be categorized as a Ugandan company. So as you go back home, make sure even at top management, at director level, you actually include Ugandans to be even able to sign. Because for us, we're also interested in seeing, are you just Ugandan for purposes of getting the contract, or you are also deeply involved in the management? Do you attend management meetings? Do you sign? All this is what we look out for whenever we come for physical verifications. We also provide, of course, work permits to expatriates. We clear them. Of course, this is a mandate of Ministry of Internal Affairs, so we support them in scrutinizing the names and the submissions that come to us. And then we also work to ensure that there is a fair working environment, that Ugandans are not exploited in the sector, and are able to get wages which are in tandem with the international standards. As far as skills development again is concerned, we do training, promote training of Ugandans. We support institutions to identify training programs that are relevant to the sector. We do studies, and I want to encourage all of you to look at the Workforce Skills Development Strategy and Plan of 2015 and the capacity needs analysis that was done. The PAU, of course, with support from GIZ, is also working around to make sure that the Workforce Skills Development Strategy and Plan is updated to make sure that Ugandans are fully prepared to work in the next phases of the oil and gas sector. We also provide partnerships and training institutions with the skilling programs. We work with the operators to train the trainers, to equip them, to retool them, to be able to meet the international standards. And similarly, we help training institutions. We work with the National Curriculum Development Center to develop curriculums that are relevant, because most times Ugandans are knocked off in the competitive process because they claim in the course outline this particular course was missing, maybe HSC was missing, and therefore this person cannot work in the oil and gas sector. So the PAU has picked it up, and we continue to work with the training institutions to review the curriculums, and that's one of our main engagements now to ensure that Ugandans are able to participate. We ensure that internships are provided to the young people, and the training programs are given to these young people. We have also even guided the universities to start providing internship from second year, because that's how you build the experience that is always required to work in the oil and gas sector. So you as employers, when you see these young people come all the way from first year to seek for internship, please give them a listening ear, because by the end of their 4-year course, you'll find that they have already amassed an experience of almost 1 year that is required for them to work in the oil and gas sector. We also, of course, ensure that Ugandans, including government officials, get scholarships. I can confirm that even our host here, Unoc, has always given other government officials scholarships. Because for you as URA to be able to appreciate the sector, you still also need some experience in oil and gas. If you are in ISO or ESO, you also need to be retooled. You need to appreciate what is there in the oil and gas. Otherwise, you might start harassing investors without knowing exactly what you expected of. So again, we ensure that this is done. As far as enterprise development is concerned, again, that is our area of seeing how Ugandans can participate more in the sector. So quarterly supplier development workshops like these are mandatory for all operators, all joint venture partners, all tier 1, tier 2 contractors are mandated to always have one quarterly skills dialogue every year, every quarter. So this is a legal requirement, and that's why we are here. And we want to thank Unoc for making sure that they always lead in this area. The other is participating in the national content conferences, also implementation of approved supplier development initiatives, the national content reporting and achievement of the national content commitments, aspects that relate also to technology transfer, which also falls under capacity building. So as far as the employment of Ugandans is concerned, we are proud to announce to you that we are doing fairly well. At least 13,000 people are working in the oil and gas sector. And what is amazing is that at least 93% of the people who are working in the oil and gas sector are actually Ugandans. I think that would deserve, yeah. In other countries, projects are failing because they did not have manpower. But for us as a country, I think we were adequately prepared. And that's why the young people are amazingly doing very well in the sector. And what might be important to appreciate is that the number of nationals right now has reduced by 67 people. This is not because we have reached the peak. We have not yet reached the peak. But there has been a lot of activity during this construction phase. We had a lot of young people doing works in the well pads. Most of the well pads are complete, especially in the Kingfisher development area. And that explains why the number has slightly come down. But of course, you still appreciate that for ECOP, a lot is yet to begin. And again, the number will continue to go up as other bigger contracts continue to be awarded. 4,344 of the young people I'm talking about are again Ugandans from the host communities. And I think this is a powerful message, especially for even the media houses here, because 4,000 Ugandans from the local community being able to participate in a sector which is new is something highly, highly credible. And I think kudos goes to our government for preparing and ensuring that all players are able to engage these communities. And that's why you don't hear noise. You don't see strikes like it happens in other countries, because the communities are involved. And the process is very free and fair. We use the ballot system. So the things of sectarianism, nepotism, I think this does not apply for us in the oil and gas sector, because we use the ballot system, which is much democratic. So even the LOC1 can fail to have his son in the thing if during the picking process the son carelessly picked something different and not his own name. So these are the challenges that come. Of course, if you wanted to line up your family members, but the process is completely free and fair, and over 4,000 Ugandans from the host communities are working in the sector. The licensees so far are taking on at least 847 people. Those are highly specialized people providing management and the technical activities for the sector that Unoc employs: Total, CNOC, ECOP, and CNOC. The contractors also have been able to employ at least 12,000 people, and again, 95% of whom are Ugandans, as you can see there. In terms of the gains so far made, I'll try to be relatively faster. You will appreciate that over 14,000 Ugandans have also been trained and skilled. And when we are talking about training and skilled, we are not talking about just going to school, to a vocational institute, but being trained and being internationally certified. Because those are the requirements for you to work in the oil and gas sector. You need to be certified internationally. You need to have studied in an institution with international accreditations like Pearson, BTEC, like NEBOSH, the American Welding Society, City and Guilds, and many of such institutions like OPITO, OPITO 1, OPITO 2, because if you are maybe OPITO 1, you cannot be in the operations. You can only continue working in the construction phases. But when it comes to the real operation, you might again be left out. So we are impressed to announce that at least 14,000 Ugandans have now been prepared in different aspects of welding, scaffolding, including lifting. We didn't have people who could operate the cranes that can carry pipes, side boom operators. For you to load pipes, offload pipes, you need to be a side boom operator. Some of these people, we never used to have them because we've never had this sector before. And efforts have been made to ensure that most of these critical sectors that were envisaged to take the largest number of Ugandans were trained. In terms of international certifications, I have mentioned a few. Like you can see, OPITO, the American Welding Society, Pearson, BTEC, NEBOSH, ECITB, and others are already in country. And again, government has supported different institutions to have this in place. 200 Ugandans have also been trained, and these are basically government officials, some of whom are from the district local governments of the host districts. Because if CAO or their planners or environment officers have not been helped to appreciate more about the sector and trained internationally, then they may not be able to communicate efficiently. We have also updated the workforce skills development strategy and plan. In terms of utilization of Uganda's goods and services, we have at least now up to, in terms of the contracts approved, 7.1 billion US dollars has been awarded to, have been awarded, and 25%, that is about 1.7 billion, have gone to our Ugandan companies. Approximately 73% of the companies involved in supplying the sector have also been Ugandan companies. Of the 624, at least 460 are Ugandan companies. So that shows you the future of our Ugandan companies. Approximately 988 US dollars, 988,000 US dollars has also gone to the community in terms of provision of goods and services. And in terms of handling procurement complaints, because sometimes these have also become a challenge, the PAU has picked most of the complaints that relate to the procurements, and most of those have been resolved. There are sometimes scenarios where people go into a joint venture. When the project matures, the other partner kicks off the other from the process. Very unfortunate, but we want to confirm to you that the PAU has moved out very, very fast on this and very firmly. And some of you who are starting to use others may not get the subsequent contracts because we have picked this up with our legal team. And then, of course, we support in all those requirements for the bid bonds, and we also hold compliance meetings with the IOCs and contractors to ensure that Ugandans benefit. I highlighted much earlier that many of you are already contractors. So this slide is just an example of companies that are Ugandan owned that are already benefiting or participating in the oil and gas sector. Some of them are in camp management, providing food, and the services that are related to the hospitality industry. Others are in the construction industry. Others are in health sector. Others are in different aspects, including banking, insurance, including telecom. So these, the authority has been able to approve and ensure that Ugandans benefit of them. We have kept guiding Ugandans. Insurance was an area, for instance, that Ugandans could not handle. Most of the international insurance, especially those that relate to movement in the sea, most of our companies were not sufficiently competent, and we had to ask them to come together so that they are able to have a complete package. They can move these goods all the way from wherever they are starting from up to the country. Logistics was another area we were not sufficiently good, but we encouraged companies to work together. And that's now why we are able to see companies like DDG coming on board. These are logistics companies. And in Uganda, they were already big. These are globetrotters. You are talking about the lifting companies and others. But they all appreciated that much as they are the biggest around, they were not still sufficient to compete with other international courier companies and logistics companies. So this is just an example, and the figures I sampled 4. You can see Gulf Engineering was able to get at least 7.1 billion shillings. That's not cartoon money, that's a lot of money by Ugandan standard. That's almost the budget of some of the ministries. Yes, so this is something big, and you should interest yourself as well to be a part of this process. You'll see that Fabrication Systems, this is a Ugandan company getting over 3 billion. We have seen PAL Engineering getting over 3.7 billion, and I think they have gotten a new contract with ECOP. They are still having some new works that are coming through, and I'll be happier to also update these figures. Excel getting over 14 billion shillings. So yes, it is possible. All of us can partake and be part of these processes. Lastly, as I move to the opportunities, still, these are the key drivers. The international oil companies are still continuing to award contracts to the Tier 1, the EPCs, to provide services that are highly specialized. And of course, if it is ECOP, for instance, you will find companies like CPP coming through, or Wally Parsons, and again, they will also be cascading and providing these services to, giving the contracts to you people. So this is an area to interest yourself. The different tiers of all levels, the opportunities are there. Construction phase, of course, we're still in the construction phase. Still a lot of work is going on, and we still see this work continuing up to 4 years from now. You will also see that camps construction is ongoing. Just to give an example of ECOP, 6 camps are coming up starting now, so you can run there and see how you can benefit from this. You will also observe that even after post-construction, there are still many other opportunities, especially some of you in the environment sector. You will definitely be part of this process until even when oil is completely out, you have to continue reconstructing some of these areas. So a lot of work and opportunities are still there. In terms of new exploration projects, I've already told you, still a lot is happening. So don't get discouraged that it seems some of the works are coming to conclusion. There is still a lot ahead of us, and just continue preparing yourselves with the relevant skills and competencies to be able to supply. And then, of course, in terms of infrastructure and other projects, a lot is still happening. And just to close, I want to conclude by emphasizing that Uganda's oil and gas sector is continuing to grow. It is surprising many across the world. And development and commercialization that Unoc will be leading is still something that we should be looking up to. Is something that we should be looking up to. And the opportunities that we expect are still very, very enormous. You will also appreciate that the various opportunities are mainly in the development stage. So you need to move faster in these 4 years I was talking about to be a part of this process. Because after construction is done, when we get into the real operations, then the amount of work will start to plateau. These benefits are coming directly from the oil and gas projects, but also through the linkages, the forward and backward linkages. You will note that much as we are discussing about oil and gas here, you will need to have other forward and backward linkages. You will still need to work with the hospitality industry. Experts must be picked from the airport. You will still work with the health sector. People might still fall sick. Accidents might still happen. So again, those are benefits that are going to accrue in this process, and enormous forward and backward linkages that one is able to benefit from. And we want to encourage you to continue seeking for partnerships. Sometimes you alone, you may not have sufficient capital, you may not have sufficient skilled personnel in your team to be able to deliver some of these highly specialized assignments. And I think our message to you is to, as you sit here, start making collaborations. Try to start working together. That's why I think Unoc did not put us in categories that this is for transport, or they have left us to sit with people whom we can all seek for collaborations. The sector, like I said, requires you to register with the National the National Supplier database. And again, it is an online platform which is free. Make sure you register. We also, I've seen the young people here. Some of you might be aspiring to work in the oil and gas sector. You may not get the employment if you are also not registered in the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. Also, the Oil and Gas Talent Register of the Petroleum Authority is for free. No one should demand for any amount of money. And you are also free to invite us to support you in your institution in the 2 projects. And we will come, and we don't expect any payments in return. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda reiterates its commitment to working with all the stakeholders to ensure compliance to the laws and maximizing in-country value retention from the Uganda's oil and gas sector. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okwi, for that presentation. We were supposed to have a stretch after Unoc's presentation, but because the PAU presentation was long, let us all stand, and Lillian will lead us in a stretch.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is going to be a brain stretch. We gave you some pieces of paper. Could we, the notebooks and your pens. Earlier on, Florence had requested us to get to know our neighbors and to get to know their names. Now turn to your neighbor. There's one favorite exercise that Dr. Josephine Wakapabulo made us do. So she told us, could we draw in 1 minute, can you try and draw a souvenir for your neighbor? Draw their faces on those papers. Just sketch out. Sketch your neighbor in 2 minutes. Sketch your neighbor. And make sure you write your name. You can write your number. Sketch your neighbor. The neighbor should do the same. Let's create memories. In 1 minute, we are going to be done with our brain stretch. And give your neighbor the opportunity to take a souvenir back home. Are you sure your neighbor is making you a souvenir? Has she placed the hair right? Are you smiling or frowning? Okay, you can hand over the souvenir to your neighbor. That was our stretch for today. And once again, thank you for choosing Unoc. We remain your partner in Uganda's oil and gas sector. Thank you so much.
Okay, Lillian, thank you very much. The stretching is over. I hope our brains have woken up. And now, we still have, can I get your attention, please? People are excited about their images, I believe. We are going to have Unoc presentation about Unoc projects before we still go into the ESG. The reason why we are giving you this information first is for you to see how you connect ESG, your company, your communities within which you work, the environment, and how you'll be able to win contracts in the upcoming projects. Definitely the exciting thing is that for some of you who have missed contracts in the Total, Unoc, Eco projects, there's still opportunities in the coming ones, and would like each one of you to make sure that you all win a contract. How many of you are registered on the National Supply Database? Wow, that is very, very impressive. And how many of you are not? Okay. Yeah, those of you who are not, definitely get on the National Supply Database. And to give us the presentation on Unoc and focusing on the Kasuruban area is none other than Phillips of Bitter, who is the Chief Commercial Officer and in charge of making sure that oil gets out of the Unoc Kasuruban project. Phillips, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Jessica has just given me a new title this morning. I would like to start by correcting that I am not the Chief Commercial Officer, but rather I head the upstream department of the Uganda National Oil Company as the Chief Operating Officer upstream. So I pretty much look after our upstream business, our interest in Telenga, Kingfisher, and our interest in the new exploration block, which is pretty much the subject of today's discussion, the Kasuruban contract area. And as a setup, I want to start by saying that I'm very privileged to share with you the status of our projects, and I'll focus more on our upstream projects and the opportunities. And I'm standing here on behalf of our CEO, who really wanted to be part of this discussion this morning, but unfortunately she had to attend to an urgent state duty, so she because of that she's unable to be with us. So allow me to step in on our behalf and share with you the information. And I first want to start by commending and thanking the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for doing a very good job as a regulator of the oil and gas sector in the country. I believe many of you who are already deeply involved in the sector appreciate the services that they offer to the sector and to the country as a whole. So we want to thank them very much for the diligent work that they're doing. I think many of you know that the oil and gas sector, or the oil and gas projects, really what we call mega projects, projects that require capital expenditure in excess of $1 billion. And so, like any other mega projects, we do rely heavily on subcontracting as the project owners. So on that note, all of you here who are with us in this workshop play a very, very critical role in ensuring that our projects are a success. So we want to thank you, all of you, who are supporting the oil and gas sector, and in particular the Tilenga, the Kingfisher, and other related projects by offering services to these projects, because without you, we can't deliver those projects in isolation or alone as the project owners. So thank you very much for the support that you're offering to the projects. I think my colleague Okwi has done a very good job in laying the foundation and giving the overview of the projects, and he has also made my work a lot shorter. So I'm going to focus more on the details that are specific to the Unoc projects, and especially the Kasuruban, and more practical things that I'm hoping will be more useful to you. I'm trying to get, okay. So that is the outline of my presentation. I think the governance structure for the industry in the country has already been spoken about. I'll speak about the Unoc mandate and a brief overview of our structure. Then the core of the presentation, which is the updates of the projects and the opportunities therein. And the last part has been ably discussed by the PAU, the local content opportunities, around the 6 ring-fence services. So I think time allowing, I can touch on it just to add a few more points, but if time doesn't allow, we'll skip that as well. So where is the sensor? Okay, as I try to get the technology right, I said the slide on governance structure has already been talked about. Pretty much just to underscore that as a national oil company, we support the sector by managing the commercial interest of the state in the projects. While the Petroleum Authority handles the regulation, the Minister of Energy handles the policy aspects of the sector and promotion and licensing in the sector. So as a national oil company, we were established by an act of parliament, but because we had to do business in the sector, we were subsequently incorporated as a limited liability company under the Companies Act. So that's the slide. And our mandates are listed in the Act of Parliament that established us. But to summarize it, we have two core mandates in the sector. One is to manage the commercial interests of the state in the sector across the petroleum value chain, managing the interests of the state in the upstream, in the midstream, and in the downstream. The other key mandate is to develop in-depth expertise in the oil and gas sector. And holding this workshop today partially goes into contributing to that specific mandate of developing in-depth expertise in the oil and gas sector. So as you do business with us, I think it's important that you also get to know who we are in terms of our shareholders. And so just to say that we are wholly owned by government of Uganda, 51% share holding by the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, and the 49% remaining share held by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Currently, we have two subsidiaries, the Uganda Refinery Holding Company Limited, which manages our refining and petrochemical business, and we have the other subsidiary, which is the National Pipeline Company, that holds our interest in the pipeline businesses in the midstream, including the ECOP, as well as our businesses in the downstream, especially the storage terminals and bulk trading of petroleum products. So when you're doing business with any of those entities, you should bear in mind that you are working or doing business with Unoc as well, because Unoc, these entities are wholly owned by Unoc 100%. So, so these are our projects across the petroleum value chain. We have 9 key projects. In the upstream, we have our interest in the Telenga and Kingfisher, which falls under managing the state participation in the field development projects. And then we have interest in new exploration ventures, where the subject of discussion today, Kasuruban contract area, comes in. And then still in the upstream, we also have a role to market and trade crude oil that has been produced in the country, allocation that has been given to government and ourselves, Unoc as a company, and that business arm is still under development. In the midstream, many of you are familiar with the refinery, so we have interest in the refinery. We also have interest in the Kabalega Industrial Park, and of course the crude oil pipeline, which I've just highlighted a few minutes ago. And then in the downstream, our interest are in the storage terminals. We have the Ginger storage terminal, and we are currently constructing a new storage terminal, the Kampala storage terminal. And we're also in bulk trading of white petroleum products. So those are the 9 key projects, 3 in the upstream, 3 in the midstream, and 3 in the downstream. So Unoc, at a glance, This slide pretty much summarizes why you should consider to do business with us. As you can see, I'll start from the left of the screen, from the bottom, and go clockwise. So we hold a 15% commercial interest or shareholding in the East Africa Crude Oil Pipeline project. We initially held 40% shareholding in the refinery, but as I'll give the brief a little later, the structure of the refinery has since changed to a public-led project that currently Unoc holds 100% as opposed to the 40 that was initially conceived. Then the next project is the bulk trading of petroleum products, where we do sell white petroleum products, mainly petrol and diesel, to the OMCs in the downstream segment of the petroleum sector. And our clients cut across, including Total Energies, Vivo, and it's a good business that we are doing in the downstream. New exploration ventures again. We've been working on the Kasuruban. That is now an exploration license that we hold. We've also been working on other opportunities, including the Pelican Crane. And moving to the right-hand side of the screen, as I indicated earlier, we are currently developing the Kabalega Petro-based industrial park, which is a greenfield industrial park, meaning that we're starting from a bush here. And it's expected to be, an industrial establishment with some critical anchor projects, which I'll highlight later. Then in the storage terminal business, we currently run the 30 million liter facility in Jinja, where we hold 100% shareholding or equity. We are developing a larger facility that should have a capacity of 320 million liters at Kampala, called the Kampala Storage Terminal, where we expect to hold up to 51% interest. And then moving to the upstream, in the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects, we hold a participating interest of 15%. And the rest of the interest in these two projects are held by our joint venture partners, Total and Unoc. And I'll explain what that means a little later. So in all this, the role that Unoc plays is to contribute the capital requirements for the projects, these projects that I've highlighted on the screen. But also, when the projects begin to make revenue or cash flow, we'll also get our share of the cash flow, or revenue from the projects. So, as a company with the different or the various interests that I've reflected on this slide, we see ourselves being a company with a net revenue of up to $9 billion over a span of about 25 years, the life span of the upstream projects. And if there's anything that should interest you to work with us, I think it's this screen that you should take the message from, that we are a very good partner to work with for the long term. So we'll now go through the projects one at a time, starting with the upstream. So in the upstream, like I said, we hold 15% participating interest. Total Energies holds 56.67%, and Unoc holds the remaining 28.3%. The Tilenga and Kingfisher project alone in the upstream is expected to to be developed with a capital requirement of up to $8 billion. And that is the space that you're playing in, to ensure that part of this $8 billion go to your respective companies. Now, my colleague from PAU said that even after the development phase, the opportunities are still vast. And to the bottom left of the screen, that's the message I'm trying to communicate, that even after the fields have been developed and commercial production has commenced, as the project players, we still expect to spend for just the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects up to $100 million per year in OPEX. And that's and that presents a lot of opportunities in terms of service provision, various services, common services, telecommunication, logistics, waste management, and so on and so forth. And so it's an area that you should continue to have your eyes on, even as you execute or you take advantage of the opportunities that you've already got in the construction phase. And for those that have not managed to get any contracts in the construction phase, just to present to you that those opportunities still exist once production commences. So in terms of project updates, where we are, for those that may not have had the opportunity to visit the field, just to say that for the case of Tilenga, we expect 3 rigs to be drilling the development wells that should be in excess of 426 wells. And to date, all the 3 rigs are already in country. The first rig started drilling on 28th of June. The second commenced drilling on 6th of August. And the third one is already in the graben, being set up or rigged up, as we call it in the industry. The Tilenga wells, the Tilenga drilling activity is proceeding well. Again, many of you may know that the drilling style that we use is what we call the batch drilling. Yeah. Drilling many wells from the same platform with a rig that can move or slide around from one well location to another. And to date, 4 wells have already been completed for the case of Tilenga, and 18 others are being drilled. EPC progress, I think we stood at 41% at the end of June. So it's a bit more than this now. And that's an average of the progress of engineering, detail engineering, procurement, and construction work for the Tilenga. Similarly, Kingfisher also commenced drilling early this year, on 24th of January. And we have completed 3 wells already. And all these come with a lot of services required to deliver these activities. So for the case of Kingfisher, the engineering, procurement, and construction work stood at 56% at the end of June. Again, an average of those 3 components of EPC. And so we are doing pretty well in terms of progress. And I think to the question that was asked a little earlier on whether indeed this whole story of oil is a reality, just to tell you that this work is already very advanced. And the whole reason why we're doing this is because the resources have been confirmed. And we are only now putting in place the facilities, surface and subsurface, to ensure that the oil and gas resources are extracted from the subsurface, pre-processed, and delivered to the market. I'll spend a little more time in the upstream, and maybe rather skip some of the slides on our other projects, the midstream, ECOP, refinery, and KIP, since my colleague has spoken about already. But let me just speak about the contract opportunities in the upstream. And I'll use the next slide here to just speak to that. So like I pointed out earlier, We are developing the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects as a joint venture. And our partners are Total and Unoc. And in both of these projects, Unoc is a non-operator. Total is the operator for the Tilenga, and Unoc is the operator for the Kingfisher project. And so we all have various roles in the projects as joint venture partners. So here I thought I would just provide to you a little more insights into the project structuring, so that when you're going out there to look for the contract opportunities, you know exactly the contacts that you have to engage. So these two oil field development projects have really been structured So we have, in terms of structure, we have the operator sitting at the top, defining the contracting strategy for all the services that are required for delivering the project and the national content targets. And once the operators define those targets, they have to provide us, the other non-operators, for our consent or for approval. Now, the two projects again have been structured in a manner that we have just a few main contractors. So we have the EPC contractor, the drilling and wells contractors, the enabling infrastructure contractors, and the logistic providers. And on that slide you can see, I'm sure you see some familiar names. The EPC contractor, for example, for Tilenga is Mark Demod, which formerly is CB&I, and Sinopec for the infill pipelines and stuff like that. For Kingfisher, it's China Offshore Oil Engineering and China Petroleum Engineering Construction Limited in a consortium, doing the surface facilities, and then of course the Ching Oilfield Construction Company doing the feeder pipeline. Then for drilling, you have a host of companies, ZPEB, Corsil, Schlumberger, Valorec, Excellent Logging and the likes. Then for support enabling infrastructure, you have the Motor Angel, Excel Construction, Pearl Engineering, and so on. And then logistic provider for the Tilenga, you have DHL Global Forwarding. Now these are the main contractors. So these contractors do not deliver those contracts, those main contracts alone in isolation. And that's where they require your services, subcontracting, up to the lowest level possible. And so us, the project owners, awarded the contracts to the main contractors, and now the main contractors award the subcontracts to all of you in the room here. So for opportunities for subcontracting, provision of goods and services and other things, these are the companies that you need to look out for and go to. And this information is public and readily available, and I've just provided to support our PAU colleagues that there is a link there that is very useful, a PAU link, where you go and you can go and find the main contractors and other subcontractors that are potentially still looking for other players to subcontract to. Yeah? I don't know whether you're able to read it. I think it's pau.go.ug NSD procurement. That's why you'll get all the details about who has which contract, so that where you see your services fit in, and they're as well looking for services, you can go and engage them, see how you can support. So below those main contracts, again, my PAU colleague presented a chart that broke down the different services into their respective levels of complexity. So below these main contracts, there are a lot of opportunities in specialized services that I believe many of you are already playing in. Like you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, environmental services, field construction services, electrical and instrumentation and other things. But there are also non-specialist services that many of us here play in, which has been the low-hanging fruit for national content, national service providers in developing national content. Communication, warehousing, camp management, ICT, transportation, security, and so on. So as you look out for how you can find opportunities for contracts, it's very important that you map the sort of services you offer, but also relate to the right entity that could be offering subcontracts in those areas. And that's really the purpose for this slide. As a non-operator, if I take the example of the Tilenga project, once Total has so that block is called the Kasuruban block. The map that you see on the right-hand side of the screen is really just showing you the boundary of that block. So the block lies in the district of, largely in Bulisa, a little bit in Hoima, and in Masindi. And so in this block, Unoc holds 100% participating interests. And we are the operator of the block. So we have a lineup of activities or work programs, if you like, that we have already commenced undertaking, and those that we will be undertaking in the subsequent years. And so we'll be coming out to the market looking for the various services that we require to deliver our obligation in this block. So in the initial period, which commenced this year, we will be undertaking technical services, geoscientific services, you can call it G&G, geological, geophysical services. We will also be undertaking some seismic data acquisition and processing, and a host of other processing and analysis of other forms of exploration and production data. So that first period runs for 2 years. It began early this year, and so it will go up to end of next year. Then we have a second period where we'll be acquiring more seismic data and undertaking a handful of other geoscientific and other related services. But importantly, we will also be planning to drill exploration wells. And so we'll be requiring a lot of drilling and well services during that period. So there are a lot of contracting opportunities in this block that we 100% own. Like I indicated at the bottom center of the slide, ranging from E&P technical services, drilling and well services, and all the common and support services that we listed in the previous slides, covering logistics, waste management, transportation, clearing and forwarding, security, and so on and so on. All these services will be required as we implement our work program obligation for this block. So a few contracting considerations that I felt is important for you here, just for you to understand our contracting process. So typically we have about 4 different contracting methods: open bidding, restricted or selective bidding, as many of you know it, Then there are instances where we will have to consider sole or single sourcing, and there are also instances of micro-procurement. But what I wanted to emphasize here is that the process normally starts with an expression of interest. For whichever method that you select, whichever method that we select as the most appropriate for that service. It starts with an expression of interest. If it's open bidding, the expression of interest will be channeled to the print and electronic media, public media. If it's restricted bidding, it will be communicated to at least three bidders selected from the national supplier database that the Petroleum Authority emphasized during their presentation. And that speaks to the importance of getting registered in the national supplier database. So once we have received back the expression of interest from the providers, we come up with a pre-qualified bidders list. And following that, we now ask the pre-qualified bidders to submit proposals. Or you can call it the call for tender stage. And once we receive the proposals, we then evaluate the proposals and, of course, recommend award of the contract. Now, in all that process, and especially the first two stages, what is very important, these bullets on the lower right-hand side of the screen, that in the EOI stage and the RFP stages, there are a couple of things that we pay attention to as we look through your submission or your expression of interest. And those are the 5 key ones. Your legal status, including registration in the National Supplier Database, registration as a company, your shareholding within the company. Then, of course, very important, the technical competency of your company. And here we'll be looking at things like certification, your capability, technical capability to deliver that contract, experience doing similar work, some standards that you have been accredited to and things like that. Then the financial capability is another important one. We look at your organization, your organization structure as a company. Things like financial statement over a period of time, just to understand how robust you are as a company and whether you'll be able to perform on that contract. And of course, specific to the contract, maybe it's things like funding commitment that you have secured as a company to deliver that contract once you're awarded. And then the fourth item is quality, health, safety, and environment, and that speaks to today's, the theme for today's workshop, where ESG falls in. So here we look at things like your QHSE policies. I had many of you speaking to certification ISO 14001 that you already have. So things like that, yeah? And things like your past QHSE records, incident records and things like that. And then the fifth one is national content. In the bid or in the proposal that you'll be submitting to us, what are the national content proposals that you're making in there? Our colleague from PAE already emphasized that personnel. How many personnel, Ugandan personnel do you have, and at what levels are they? What are the subcontracting proposals that you're making? If you're an international provider, you might find it's useful to provide a proposal on how you intend to subcontract certain elements of the contract to a Ugandan service provider and things like that. Then once we go out of that stage, we now will be evaluating the bids and subsequently awarding the contracts. And here I just wanted to underscore that there is normally a little incentive that is given to promote national content in terms of a percentage during evaluation. when you compare a bid from a national provider with that of an international provider. And of course, as a company, we try to ensure that our terms of payments are very supportive of national content development, and so we guarantee that we normally pay on invoices that do not have any issues within 30 days of submission of the invoice. So high level, just for your information, we do open bidding for our contracts that are in excess of $500,000 US. For those that are less than $500,000 US, those can be a subject of restricted bidding. But I must underscore that the preferred bidding for all procurements is open bidding. Where we cannot go for open bidding but falls within the threshold for restricted bidding is when we will go for restricted bidding. And like I said, restricted bidding requires us to just pick 3 providers from the national supplier database of the Petroleum Authority and just issue them with the invitation to, with an expression of interest or invitation to tender. There are cases where we'll go for sole sourcing, where the service is very highly specialized or limited. And then there are also cases where we'll go for single sourcing, especially for emergencies. And normally it's restricted to procurements that are less than $100,000 US, and micro procurement for anything below 50. So I hope that gives you a fair picture of how we do our procurement. And there is a link there again to the Petroleum Authority where you can go and find all your other colleagues that have been registered in the National Supplier Database in the event that you're looking for opportunities to join venture. So those are some of the certifications that we often look out for. ISO 9001, certainly. OPITOS, City and Guilds, depending on the subject of procurement. And I think it's an area that you will find it useful to begin to pay more attention to. Now, these next few slides I'm going to be very brief because they have pretty much been covered. But just to, again, re-echo that as a national company, we have shareholding in the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Project up to a tune of 15%. And this is a project that is being developed with a capital expenditure of about $5 billion US. And that presents or paints a picture of the opportunity that exists in that project. And importantly, I'll skip the middle section of the slide that speaks to the updates. Many of you are aware of this. But on the right-hand side of the screen, just to highlight again, the key or the main contractors for the project that you should endeavor to engage to explore opportunities that are available. So we have various contractors. We have Wally Parsons for the engineering, detail engineering and construction supervision. We have Ballore for logistics. We have CPP for pipelines and above ground facilities and all these other companies. So I think this information are already available on the ECOP website, and you should look out for them. The refinery, again, I'll be brief just to say that, again, we have interest in the refinery, and currently the structure for delivery of the project has changed since end of June. Previously, we had a project framework agreement with the Albert and Graben Rift Consortium that was entered into in 2018, and we had 40% shareholding. in the project. But that has since expired, and now we are leading the development of the project, currently with 100% interest in the project. The refinery is going to require a capital, will require a capital expenditure of up to $3.5 billion. But the point I wanted to highlight on this slide is the last bullet on the left, a macroeconomic study. The revelation from the macroeconomic study for the refinery that was done. The study puts the GDP impact of this project to up to $3.4 billion US. Look at the national capital formation impact, $8.3 billion. The employment opportunities, 32,000. Now, these are all indicators that are pointing to your contribution to this project. And that is how important your role and the opportunities that this project presents to you is. So we'll continue to update you on the progress of this project as we develop it in the subsequent supplier workshop. But just to highlight that some of the opportunities include direct and indirect employment, supply of goods and services, subcontracting opportunities, similar to what we have seen in the other projects, especially in upstream, waste management and transportation, but also importantly, the opportunity that it gives you to grow as a national service provider by joint venturing with other international players that already have expertise and capacity in some of these highly specialized disciplines. So I believe the team will share with you the slides, but just to detail some of the opportunities that the refinery represents. Civil and construction works, geotechnical and geophysical works, fabrication, installation, logistical services, and so on and so on. So I just put this up here just to encourage you to continue to explore opportunities, not only in the oil field development projects, but also in the other midstream projects like the refinery, and the next one which I'm going to talk through. So the next project that we have interest in the midstream is the Kabalega Industrial Park. And many of you, I believe, are aware of this or have heard about this, but just to say that we're developing this as a petrol-based industrial park on land that measures just slightly over 29 square kilometers. And this park will have a few anchor projects. The first one is the second international airport in the country, which is almost completed. I think it's due to be handed over to government end of October this month. And we are still hoping that it's on track. The other second anchor project is the crude oil export hub. That is where the ECOP starts from. And so all the interface facilities like the metering facilities for the upstream production will be sitting in this park. Then the third anchor project is the refinery. But of course, beyond this, there are many other projects that are equally significant that will be hosted within the park. Fertilizer and petrochemicals, industrial gases, cold chain and agro-processing for those of you who are in the agriculture sector, warehousing and things like that. So it's a perfect opportunity for you to start exploring how you can begin to relate with this park and maybe even set up base within the industrial park to maximize your opportunities in the sector. I'll just talk to the last bullet, that the development of the park is ongoing, and a macroeconomic study of the park has been undertaken, similar to that of the refinery. And again, this presents very encouraging figures that we are looking at, a GDP impact of up to $4.9 billion per year, a capital formation, national capital formation of up to $11.9 billion per year. And these are figures that have been extensively studied by our contractors, by our consultant. And this speaks to the contribution that all of us here in the room as service providers will be making to not only our projects but also to the economy. Then the last string of projects that I want to speak to, our footprint in the downstream. And here I just wanted to highlight that one, starting from the right hand side of the screen, we are already managing the ginger storage facility, ginger storage terminal, where we host white petroleum products, diesel and kerosene for our OMC colleagues in the downstream for a hospitality fee. We also trade from that same terminal, and we trade to many of the major OMCs in the downstream. So we were running the facility through a joint venture with One Petroleum, who was the operator, until December last year, when they eventually handed over the terminal to us. Now we operate the facility, and we have 100% interest in the facility. So we're currently doing quite some extensive work to improve on the facility and ensure that it's competitive, including possibilities for transportation of products through the lake to a barge that will eventually get the products delivered to the facility on a short rail section. The second terminal is the Kampala storage terminal that we are currently developing at Namwambola in Mpigi district. And like I said, this is going to be a big one with a capacity of 320 million liters. We are going to develop it in phases. The first phase will see us delivering 138 million liter storage capacity, and we expect that we'll spend up to about $140 million to just deliver this phase one, and then the rest will deliver it in the second phase. So the land has been acquired, and the business case has been updated, and we are currently engaging potential joint venture partners to support us and joint venture with us to deliver the feed for the project and eventually the engineering, procurement, and construction work. This is the final slide that I just want to highlight one thing about our downstream business, especially the bulk trading, that many of you may not be aware that opportunities for contracts also exist in our downstream bulk trading business. Like I said, we import petrol and diesel in bulk from overseas, and so we require a range of services to get them delivered into the country. So beyond the suppliers sitting overseas, we require transportation services, we require insurance services, we require, many other services to ensure that these products get to our terminal or to our clients in the country efficiently, safe, and cost effectively. So we also have opportunities for services in our bulk trading business as well. This is the ring fence services that my colleague from PAU already elaborated in great detail. I will not speak about that, but just to say that as an operator for the Kasuruban block, we also take due cognizance of this provision of the law and work to ensure that these 16 ring fence services are awarded to Ugandans, or priorities are given to Ugandan companies. And where Ugandan companies do not have capacity, we try to encourage the Ugandan companies or the international providers who have the capacities to join venture with Ugandan companies as a way of building the capacity of Ugandan companies and meeting the requirement of the regulation, as my colleague earlier stated. So I think with that, I want to just leave you with a note to say that we are a new player by way of being an operator in the sector, and we pledge to continue working closely with all of you because we know the success of our projects depends on your contribution and support to those projects. Thank you very much for listening to me. I want to leave my presentation here.
Thank you, Phillips, for that elaborate presentation, and I hope, yes, it was long, but I hope that is the information you need as suppliers to be able to now relate ESG to the opportunities that are available for you. And would request you again to stand. We're supposed to have this break after the banks had presented, but let us stretch again, and I'll ask Dennis to come and lead us in a stretch.
Yes, I guess our backs are getting tired. You're going to do an exercise that stretches your back. Any?
So now we have had the opportunities side of things. We are now going to look at ESG. We have 3 presentations. They are all going to be short because the bankers are more agile than us, people who work the other side of things, but would like to call Charles to come and basically show us how we can connect the contracts to ESG and what ESG means to us as contractors and how it is going to help us to be able to protect the environment, to be able to work with people, communities, staff, and also how we can make profit using ESG. Charles, you're welcome.
Thank you, Jessica, and the organizers. Good morning.
Yeah, when we were putting together this presentation, we were cognizant of the fact that there are people in the audience who are familiar with ESG, but also still people in the same audience who could be interfacing with this concept for the very first time. So we've tried to strike a balance to ensure that everyone benefits from this presentation. And we've tried to make it as practical as possible, as you realize towards the end of it. So, we'll basically look at, ask ourselves what is at stake. Then we'll delve into what actually ESG is. We'll also look at the benefits of ESG and how we integrate ESG into our business operations. We'll also look at ESG and contract bidding. Then we'll look at the documentation that any client would be interested in this case Unoc, to ensure that you fulfill the requirements to pass into the next stage of consideration of any contract that you're bidding for. We'll also look at we'll have an interactive exercise where we'll identify the ESG material issues that pertain to the different sectors in which you conduct business. And then, as guided by Jessica, we'll have a Q&A session, I think, at the end of all the presentations. So, in appreciating what is at stake, you'll agree with me that the ultimate desire and determination of any business entity is to make or generate profit. And for us to understand better what ESG is, I think we need first to reflect on how we have traditionally conducted business and measured success. We basically look at expenses, we look at the income generated, and then determine whether we've basically made a profit or a loss. The above measurements parameters are very popular in the marketplace, and they have been practiced for a very long time, and they are basically familiar, and they are part of us while we conduct business. However, beyond making profit or beyond experiencing a loss as a result of injecting in resources and you do not realize the positive impact, it's important for us to appreciate that there is a growing concern or interest by different stakeholders or players to ensure that in the process of companies making profit, they also ensure that aspects of environment, social and governance are taken into consideration so that the environment in which we operate is left in a better in a better state while we conduct business. And some of these stakeholders, as you maybe already know, are financial institutions, and we are happy to know that the banks are here to lead us through what they're interested in order to access financing, as my colleagues from Equity and Stanbic banks will share shortly after me. Of course, we are also looking at the private and public sector investors. We're also looking at governments, especially in the area of regulation. We are also looking at local communities in which our projects or our companies are hosted. We cannot work in isolation. Then, of course, the civil society organizations that are out there to ensure that things are done the right way, and they always put government and businesses in constant check to ensure that everything is okay. Sorry, this is a bit of a busy slide, but it's important really to appreciate that ESG is a framework used to access an organization's non-financial business practices and performance, of course, on various environmental, social, and governance aspects. That for you to know that you are addressing aspects of ESG, there are different parameters, there are different material issues that you'll take into consideration to constantly check to ensure that you are not, for instance, adversely affecting the environment, the natural environment in which you're operating, that you're also taking into consideration the social aspects surrounding your business, but also the governance. Now, because most projects are operational in nature, we use energy, we utilize oil, we generate waste, we also use a lot of water, but in the process of running machines, we generate noise, we clear vegetation to establish structures and enabling infrastructure, that at times we are hit hard by natural disasters like floods. We're also involved in procurement at company level. We need raw materials, we need inputs into our operations, so we also need to get concerned or interested in how we source these materials to ensure that the point at which they are generated, we don't leave the environment in a worse state. From a social perspective, we use employees. This is human capital. We have to be sure that the human capital is happy, is well facilitated, but also protected from injuries and other occupational hazards or occupational injuries that might come as a result of operating machinery, but also moving around the working environment to ensure that it is safe for employees. We're also looking at customer care, the people licensed to operate within a given project area. You can be sure that one, your property is safe, but also in case you need to source from within, you're in position to get the right people to collaborate with on different aspects. Of course, because we are working in communities, we cannot rule out grievances that might come as a result of our projects or developments within the projects that we manage. I think it's important that we effectively manage these grievances so that they don't go out of hand and also maybe lead to litigation, which also comes with at a high cost, but also affect your own reputation. It's also important that we appreciate land as an important resource in things, in the operations that we conduct, and now how we compensate, how we identify land, compensate and resettle people who are affected by our developments is also very key or very important. Still regarding unsustainable procurement, from the environment side, we looked at the destruction of the environment. Now, from a social perspective, it could be that where you're sourcing your raw materials, actually the people involved in primary production, say on a big farm, are actually not paid, or they're actually underpaid. So you have this lot of people who are not very happy. And of course, from a financial perspective, the investors are interested in ensuring that whatever you get from out there in the field has been sourced well, has been produced well, and there are no complaints amongst those that are availing these raw materials for your further processing. From a governance perspective, of course, any client will be interested in the company leadership. How is the company leadership strategically positioned, and how committed it is, how committed is such a company in ensuring that they adhere to ESG aspects. But also the board composition, to ensure that everyone is represented, everyone's views are represented, and also the pay. Is one member of the executive earning salary of over 100 casual workers that you're using in your company, and could that be fair enough? Then regulatory compliance is also very key, and also ethical considerations in whatever you do in every decision that you take. And of course, data protection. We've seen companies go down because of mismanaging data of their employees, because once it goes public, then it causes issues. So, as a way of trying to illustrate what the real issues are, I've chosen 3 slides. Each of those slides have pictures or photos that, in my opinion, speak volumes. If you're looking at the environment and you're going to set up a factory, and you set it up in a wetland, naturally we know that wetlands are kidneys of the earth. They take in water, they purify it, or they sieve it to ensure that any person who needs to pick it up and utilize it does not spend a lot of resources in making use of it. I'm sure you've read in the media National Water and Sewage Corporation complaining about the high operational costs involved in purifying the water that we consume at Gaba because of the destruction of Kinawataka wetland. Basically, the water is being received in a state where it's so much polluted. We are complaining about dwindling fish production in our lakes. Most of the fish swim towards such wetlands to breed. Then the fish goes back swimming in the lake before the fishermen access it, for sale. So when we destruct wetlands and you are approached by a serious financial or investor, and they realize that you're operating in such an environment, they know anytime government might change policy and evict everyone from the wetland, as you could have followed developments this week about the seriousness of government to ensure that we do not develop in wetlands, but also the social perspective. That could be your son, that could be your relative, that could be your neighbor's son who is devastated as a result of forced eviction. Now, I think we need to be very careful. I need to be very careful while displaying this picture. This is not to mean that all the people that are evicted for the wrong reasons. In most cases, people will be rightly owning this land, but I mean there are due processes that are provided for in our law, best practice on how you can positively engage people to ensure that they peacefully evict areas that you intend to use for development. And once you lose the social license to operate, such a family may never forgive you. And these are the people who will come back either to vandalize your property, either to speak ill about your developments in the media, and you keep losing customers, clients, and funders along the way. Corruption is a menace. This comes at the back heel of the different stories that we read in the media, or actually what is happening. So if your business is carved around bribery, is carved around twisting or arm twisting people to make unfair decisions on behalf of the public good, then your business is doomed to suffer at some point, and you experience challenges that may impede you making profit or spend much of your money attending court cases, fighting left and right to ensure that you survive. So coming out of those illustrations of what actually ESG present, I think it's important that we also look at how we can integrate ESG into our businesses. Now, there are 4 important ingredients that any company or any entity should have at the bare minimum to claim that they are actually committed to ESG and they are seen to implement ESG in their business operations. And one is the ESG policy. A policy is very key to demonstrate top executive or board commitment to operations, to adhering to ESG, adhering to ESG in their day-to-day operations. Why this commitment is very key is because once the foot soldiers prepare budgets and say we are going to intervene in ABCD, then the top management should be able to commit resources to ensure that ESG is actually implemented. The other aspect, of course, is the strategy. For everything that you do in life, you need a strategy. And the strategy actually operationalizes the policy. And the strategy should be able to define what your company stands for, what are those material issues that you that pertain to your operations, and how do you intend actually to address them. I think the other aspect that you need to look at is the ESG implementation and monitoring. For you to claim that you're doing well on the ESG front in your organization, it's very key that you demonstrate it. It's very key that you speak about it. It's very key that you report about it. This could be in an annual report to demonstrate that for this year, this is what we've been, this is what we've managed to do. And of course, closely related to this aspect is actually greenwashing. There are very many companies that will claim things they have not done. There are many companies that will claim corporate social responsibility and confuse it with sustainability, because corporate social responsibilities look at short-term interventions, whereas ESG interventions or sustainability interventions look at a long haul of interventions that live or even outlive the life of the company. And there are very many standards that are both voluntary and mandatory in ESG reporting. Those that are very common, of course, the Global Reporting Initiative standards that you can adopt and tailor to your business scope. Of late, we've had recently the European Union approved the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, and these will become mandatory for the first companies that they will identify from 1st January 2024. Now, if you're looking at joint venturing with a company in Europe where sustainability reporting or ESG reporting is mandatory, then it becomes natural that you should also be ready to strategically position yourself to ensure that you're reporting on ESG, and that could be one of their criteria on deciding whether they partner with you or not. Then, of course, I've already talked about ESG reporting. So let's look briefly at briefly at the benefits of ESG integration into your business, and I know the banks will speak to this more comprehensively. Basically, it's about enhanced reputation. Everything about ESG, once they go wrong, affect the reputation of your company. And if you're doing things right, then you enhance the reputation of your company. And once you enhance the reputation of your company, your brand, then you're in a position to attract more business and you make more money. It's also important to appreciate that it brings about operational efficiency. If, for instance, you have been utilizing water from, say, a lake or a river, and rightly so, you even have a permit to draw it, but maybe you come up with strategies of recycling, reusing. It means that the amount of water that you're originally drawing from a natural source is going down and is reducing. and in the process you save cost. It's also important to appreciate that you access capital when you do business right by incorporating ESG, and the financial gurus around today will be telling us more about this. Then, of course, market opportunities. There are products or services that currently have a competitive advantage over others because of rightly claiming ESG. And we see this trend is going up, and for now we may look at it as being considered in very faraway markets from us, but eventually it will reach us here, and you'll have two identical products performing the same role, but the ESG product probably will be selling more, and maybe it will be given more priority. So, about why we are here today. How do we integrate ESG in the contract bidding process? It suffices to note that contracting companies are increasingly associated with contractors who value ESG considerations in their own businesses. And I think, just to put it right, this is intended to ensure that the contracting companies safeguard their business interests against uncommitted contractors. Any client would wish to put their money where they know it's safe, the risk is manageable, and one of those is to ensure that ESG considerations are incorporated in their day-to-day operations to minimize or even avoid risk in some instances. And because of that, the first point of assessment to determine the potential contractor's commitment to minimum ESG requirements is at the contract bidding stage. And there are different aspects that a company like Unoc will look at when they are assessing your standing in ESG compliance. Of course, we'll look out for a policy statement that commits the company to ESG management. We'll also look at the ESG performance metrics. What are the material issues that pertain to your operations? The governance structure is also very key to us because that's where decisions are made. And if things are messed up at the top, then we know there will be chaos, below. There will be chaos among the foot soldiers. Then, of course, commitment to ethical practices, labor practices and employee safety, national content considerations, and how you report on ESG. And I think it's also important to look at ESG verification. Just having an ESG report generated internally may not convince an investor just at the face of it to adopt it. He may need an independent party to verify your report to ensure that whatever you're reporting is not actually brainwashing, but it's actually what you're doing on ground and it actually exists. Then, of course, the technical capabilities, they could be internal, they could be outsourced, but also the commitment to sustainability practices, especially in the area of procurement. Then the history of ESG compliance, how have you been performing throughout the years? Then you should also have a community engagement strategy. So this is the last slide of my presentation. It's going to be interactive. We are going to require that we answer a few questions. They are basically 7, very short. And as you answer them, the results will be displaying on the screen in real time. So they are going to share QR codes for those that carried along smartphones. They will represent others. We just need to get a general picture of where we stand for those that are represented in this room. You can either scan it directly, but I'm sure they're also distributing them.
We have distributed to the people sitting behind. On your tables, kindly scan the QR code and pass it on to the next person seated close to you. Those of you who are at the front, people with new phones, if you have never used the QR code before, you can use your camera. It will be able to scan the QR code automatically. Those of us who have older models, we need to have a QR scanner on our phones, so we can use that. And some of us who have phones that cannot scan a QR code, can you give us the link also, so that some people can use the link? But those who got papers on your tables, the link is on that paper that has the QR code. So we are going to use about 3 minutes to deal with this, and we'll start displaying the results. Wi-Fi, there's a Wi-Fi connection on your tables, but I believe some of you have data that you can use to go through this simple exercise. Okay.
How many of us are already there? Okay. Okay. Shakur? Okay, we start?
The people online, you can also, you're also viewing the link, so you can also submit your responses.
So on the first page, you'll go to Start Now. And the first question is, do you have an ESG or sustainability policy for your business entity? So you can either say yes, or you can say no, or maybe for those that are representing their companies and they're actually not very sure whether they have one. So after you have submitted, of course, you'll see an interface saying thanks, and there is an and the link should be able to take you to the next question. We thought this survey would be very important for us to appreciate where we generally stand and know the task before us leaving this. Okay. So that is our first question, and those are the results for those that have voted. And Shakur, keep hovering over the results. Can we go analog in the interest of time? Okay. Shaku, kindly read out the percentages.
Yes, for those that have said yes, the percentage is 35%.
Okay, I think our internet is not so reliable. So just speaking to the first one, the fact that 35% of those that have participated have indicated that they actually have an ESG strategy, and looking at probably members that have participated in this survey speaks to the need, or speaks to the current situation that presents itself in various companies, that actually this is not something, ESG is not something that has been fully integrated in the company or even considered at commitment level. Okay, what's the percentage for maybe?
Question one.
Mm-hmm.
For maybe it's 25%.
Mm.
And for those that are saying no, it's 40%.
Okay, so that speaks to where we stand at the moment. For question two?
For question two, those that have said yes, it's 40%. For those that are saying maybe, it's 24%. And those that are saying no, it's 36%.
Okay, so the variation between those who are saying they have a policy and those who are saying those who are saying they have a strategy, because for you to have a strategy you must have a policy. So there's a variation of 5%. Most probably it could speak to not all people participating in the survey, but still it gives us a fair picture of where we stand. Question three.
For question three, those that are saying yes are 36%. Those that are saying maybe are 25%. And those that are saying no are 39%.
Okay, so here we are trying to find out how many people have an ESG implementation and monitoring plan. So there are those people who could, there are those companies that could be having a policy, and they also have a strategy, and not all of them are actually reporting on it. It could be that it is on file, but we need to move out and start implementing the ESG strategy. Question 4. You could also read out the question, please.
Okay.
Okay. So what we are going to do, the good thing is we have this QR code. It will continue moving. At an individual level, at a company level, you can subject yourself to the 7 questions and appreciate where you stand. And maybe that can be a trigger for you to think about how you proceed going forward out of this workshop, supplier development workshop. But most importantly, Unoc is available to offer more clarification together with our partners Stanbic Bank and Equity Bank on how you can actually get started. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles. We have two interesting presentations, and the bank, as I told you, are efficient with time. So we'll have the two presentations, and then we'll have a Q&A, and then we'll have closing remarks. So we start with Equity Bank.
So, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yes, we are really grateful to Unoc for giving Equity Bank this opportunity to be able to come and share, what we are doing with respect to ESG in the banking sector. So without further ado, I'll go straight into the presentation. But maybe just to mention, I've been joined by our head of a segment, the oil and gas segment, that is Christine Mugerwa. So in terms of our presentation today, we shall be covering briefly what our corporate philosophy is as Equity Bank. We shall also look at the difference between sustainability and ESG. And I want to thank Charles because he has alluded to what we are going to discuss, much of it. Then we shall also see what are the key drivers towards ESG and climate risk management, not only in the banking sector, but also in different sectors. And then we shall also look at the role of ESG in project financing. Why is that critical? And then the ESG trends in the oil and gas sector, just very briefly. And then the ESG requirements in the banking sector, but I'll speak for Equity Bank. And lastly, as a country, what is the evolution of ESG specifically for the banking sector? So as Equity Bank, that's really our corporate philosophy. Of course, our purpose is that we want to ensure that we transform lives and we give dignity to the people whom we serve. We also have a vision of ensuring that we champion socio-economic development and prosperity among the different persons and customers who come to us for our services. And then also we have our mission, which is really to provide financial services, but not only to economically empower people, but also to ensure that the services that we provide are going to benefit the communities who are impacted by these businesses and services that we support as a bank. And then briefly, those are our values. Of course, we look at professionalism, we take it very seriously. We also take teamwork, innovation, as well as good customer service very seriously. So when it comes to sustainability and ESG, Charles has really explained this very well. These are two terms or two concepts that are used interchangeably, but just to briefly mention that when we talk of sustainability, we are really looking at the ability of current generations like us to be able to meet our needs without compromising the ability of future generations, those who will come after us, to meet their own needs. Now, when it comes to ESG, this is like a subset of sustainability. So for ESG, we look at three critical pillars. We have the environment pillar, the social pillar, and then the governance pillar. So I liked how Jessica put it very well,
She talked of the 3 Ps, which are still the same as the 3 pillars of sustainability, that of people, planet, and profits. So as Equity Bank, really the philosophy that we are trying to push forward is that as we support our customers to do business, to make profits, how can we ensure that the businesses we are supporting are both environmentally and socially conscious and do not in any way damage the environment? That is really what sustainability and ESG is about. So those are the 3 pillars of ESG which Charles spoke about in detail. So I will not repeat them. But here what I wanted to emphasize is that if we are able to emerge from a developing economy, to a developed economy, we have to ensure that we balance these 3. The bit of environment, the bit of social, and then the bit of governance. Of course, in the past, in the last, I think, 5 years, you'd not find someone like me, an ESG professional, in the banking sector. But this really goes a long way to show you the kind of evolution that is taking place in the world, whereby the developed economies have already been leading the ESG agenda for the last 10 years. But now this same trend is coming not only into Africa, but even to Uganda as a country. So really the concept of sustainability is ensuring that those 3 areas, those 3 pillars are well or perfectly balanced. So what are the drivers? What pushes companies towards looking at ESG? Of course, there are different motivations for different companies, but just speaking as a bank, our very vision and our very mission really embeds or integrates aspects of sustainability. Then you look at other companies may be driven by the requirement to comply with regulatory requirements, which insist that companies should not only be profitable, but that they should also ensure that they do not deplete the natural resources or do not lead into the deterioration of the quality of life. So other companies may be driven by the kind of investors they want to attract. And like Charles mentioned and the previous speakers mentioned, that where the world is going in the next 10 years, not only international companies, but also reputable national companies will want to do businesses, will want to make partnerships or do business with only companies that are already conscious of their carbon footprint. So really, as we sit here and as we listen to this, we should not be thinking that, oh, this is only for the large corporates. ESG is now an agenda that even the small and medium-scale enterprises are really pushing forward. And it means that you're positioning yourself to be able to partner with other organizations. I'll give a quick example of Equity Bank again, Uganda Limited. We've recently got our shareholdings from the International Finance Corporation, the IFC. And why did they get interested in doing business with us? It was because that we were able to demonstrate that right now we are actually giving equity green loans for solar financing. Perhaps some of you may be beneficiaries of that loan, but those are one of the benefits that we are already having as a bank. We are having an investor, IFC, which is a very critical investor. Then, of course, resource scarcity and climate change. Climate change is real. We cannot deny it. I think just 2 weeks ago, was it 2 weeks ago or in the month of August, there was heavy flooding. For those who usually use that route of Ginger Road, who pass by the Forest Mall, I think there were 2 videos that were trending of a vehicle called Wish that was washed away by the floods. So climate change is real. We cannot run away from it. So we have to make sure that as we are thinking of expanding, setting up and expanding our businesses, we are also thinking of what impact is climate change going to have on my business, or what impact will my business have on climate change. Then, of course, we talked about branding and reputation. Charles also alluded to this. that in order to have a strong brand and reputation whereby international companies or other reputable national companies in the region will want to partner with you, you should be able to show that you're already thinking about how to do business in an environmentally and socially conscious manner. So brand and reputation is very important, and that is also a driving factor for ESG for some companies. Then, of course, we have aspects of risk management. Now, as a bank, yes, we are eager to disburse as many loans as we can, but then we have begun to realize in the last 3 years or so that actually the quality of our loan portfolio can also be affected if we give out loans to companies that do not take care of the environment. We've had cases whereby we've given out loans, and then unfortunately, when NEMA comes and closes down a factory that is polluting, for example, the environment for 3 or 4 days, of course, once production is closed, then later the customer will come back to us and say, well, this month I'm not able to honor my obligations to pay back the loan because I was closed for 4 days. And when you try to ask why, and they let you know that actually it was NEMA who closed us. And this was simply because they did not look at aspects of ensuring that they comply with regulatory requirements. So even as a bank, we are becoming more conscious about the kind of customers to whom we give our loans to. Then we have the global value chains. Everyone appreciated the value of the global value chains during the COVID-19 pandemic, when we were all closed down and many businesses could not operate simply because their supply chains also were closed. The whole world was closed down. So ESG also provides opportunities for global value chains to be able to introduce areas like such as green transportation and also ESG practices into their value chain, such that they are not impacted either by a COVID-19 pandemic, which was, I don't know whether to call it a natural disaster, but we saw how it affected the world. And of course, also right now, we see also the wars which are taking place between Russia and Ukraine. We have companies, wheat growing companies, who have loans with us, and we really see the pressure that they go through because they can no longer import the wheat that they used to import easily. They now have to import it from other countries, and of course, it's very costly. Then, of course, strategic positioning is very similar to branding and reputation. So those are the drivers for climate change. So when it comes to the oil and gas sector, why is it of interest that the oil and gas sector should also think of ESG? Of course, not all of us here are from that sector, but we've been able to see that in one way or the other, we are going to benefit through support to the sector. One is that in the oil and gas sector, we know that there's potential for pollution to occur, significant pollution to occur. So integrating ESG into their practices will help to reduce their carbon footprint through introduction of new, renewable, or alternative technologies. Then also areas of social responsibility. Charles mentioned how, of course, part of the oil and gas activities have resulted into displacements of thousands of people. Hopefully they have not been evicted, but social responsibility gives us opportunity as a sector to be able to engage with the communities, because you'll agree with me that communities can either break or fail a project depending on how we approach them. And then areas of governance. More and more oil and gas companies are being scrutinized by not only international agencies but also regulatory agencies to ensure that they have transparency in their governance. So it's also essential that in their business practices, these are conducted in an ethically upright manner. Then water management Of course, oil and gas uses a lot of water in their production processes, but still the colleagues from the oil and gas sector will be able to share with us how they have been able to use innovative practices to ensure that they do not unnecessarily overuse water, and also deplete the finite water resources which they depend on. Then digital transformation is also very important. So those are just some quick examples of international oil and gas companies that have been able to slowly embed ESG practices into the oil and gas sector. I won't go through each one of them, but for example, when you look at a quick look at Shell Oil, there they are mentioning that they have a goal that by 2050, they want to reduce their carbon intensity by 100%. But even if they don't have to wait for 2050, right now, they are already installing solar panels on their offices and other sites that they own. Then, of course, also we have ExxonMobil, which is also an international oil company that has also made several commitments, but also is promoting the use of carbon capture and storage of carbon, which instead of being released into the atmosphere is instead captured and then injected into the geological formations of the earth, such that it's not resulting into greenhouse gas emissions. Then those are two other international oil companies that are also integrating ESG into their oil and gas practices. A quick one is British Petroleum. There you can see a lady who's having an electric vehicle and she's charging the vehicle. But of course, we don't need to go far. Most of us have heard of the Kira motor vehicles, isn't it? Which are the president, it's a state-owned enterprise, Kira Motor Corporation. And I think that was in 2014, the president was able to launch the first electric vehicle, which uses electricity. And then in 2016, Kira Motors Corporation also launched the first solar bus. So even within Uganda, the government is slowly beginning to promote renewable energy technologies. Then we also have Total Energies, EP Uganda, that has partnered with Ministry of Energy, and they have a plan to roll out solar technologies, about 120 megawatts, into 6 different districts. So this shows that even for the oil and gas sector, there are many opportunities to be able to integrate ESG practices into their business operations. So when it comes to the role of ESG in project financing, that is just a quick snapshot of what role ESG plays. We've mentioned most of them, but very critical is risk management. ESG gives banks an opportunity to also screen out the kind of businesses that customers are bringing forward for the banks to loan, to finance. So much as, yes, we want business, but also we are beginning to ensure or to be careful about the kind of businesses that we are willing to take on as a bank. Then, of course, also there are aspects of long-term branding, which we've talked about, lowering the capital cost, which was already mentioned, and then also the generation of innovative products. Maybe just on the area of innovative products, I'll again speak as Equity Bank. We've had opportunity to be able to partner with different companies, and one of them has been able to help us to get solar technology financing at really a concessional cost, and then we are beginning now to on-lend to customers who are interested in that area. So we could be having some businesses who are interested in solar technology financing who would benefit from those concessional loans that are given at very reasonable interest rates. So briefly, those are the advantages of ESG risk management for businesses. Charles also talked about this. So just to emphasize, beyond the financial benefits of applying ESG in your business, whether you're a large corporate or a small and medium enterprise, there are several benefits that go beyond finances. And one of them is ensuring there's improved sustainability. Most companies who have started to implement ESG, in the past we knew it as cleaner production. Most of you may know more of cleaner production. So even companies in Uganda that promote cleaner production have been able to reduce their costs, their operational costs. These are costs related to energy, costs related to water, etc. Then, of course, strengthened regulatory compliance. We are seeing that once you become service providers for Unoc, they have been able to present to us very comprehensively the kind of legal requirements that you must meet before you become partners with them. So ESG will help you to be able to strengthen your regulatory compliance. And of course, we mentioned attracting investors. I gave an example of us as Equity Bank. And then climate change. We have said climate change is real. We cannot run away from it. So this is the time for us to think of how we can have environmentally and socially conscious businesses. And then lastly, there are emerging changes in the energy market. Yes, right now we rely on oil and gas, a fossil-based fuel. We rely on it very heavily. But slowly by slowly, there's also some transition, which may take 50 or more years, but it's evident that there's significant transition to also renewable energy technologies. So when we incorporate ESG into our different practices, it gives us an opportunity beyond financial cost to also achieve other benefits. So when it comes to us as a bank, as Equity Bank, what are we doing in respect of ESG? One, we've developed what we call the ESG Climate and Risk Management Framework, which we have integrated into our enterprise risk management framework. So we have the framework, then we have a policy, then we have the environment and social risk management procedures, and then we also have some tools that help us to screen the different customers such that we are aware right from the beginning of their environmental, social, and climate-related risks. And then as a bank, we are able to make a decision on whether we want to be able to bear up with that risk or whether it's not, we cannot tolerate it. So if our risk appetite cannot tolerate the E&S risk of a client because either it's a very high risk that the business is, going to pose to the bank, then I'm not saying we shall turn away a customer, but then usually we sit down with the customer to come up with the environmental and social mitigation action plans. So as a bank, under our ESG policy, number one, what we do as soon as a customer walks in and wants a loan, we first check that the business activity is not on the E&S exclusion list. Some of you may be already with this list of prohibited businesses which are not allowed, but the main point is that the business should not be illegal in the country. Then number two, once the customer passes that check, the second thing is to ensure, of course, they are complying with the relevant national laws. They have the licenses, the permits, etc. And then three, we go ahead now to carry out what we call an environmental and social due diligence. Now the level or the requirements for this environment and social due diligence will vary depending on the complexity of the business. For example, if it's a corporate client wanting a loan of 3 billion and above, then we shall subject that credit proposal to what we call an enhanced environment and social due diligence. If it's a loan between 600 million and 2.99 billion, then that customer is subjected to what we call a simplified E&S due diligence. And then lastly, we also have requirements for the micro segment, where we just ensure that whatever business the customer is coming to do is not on the exclusion list. And then we carry out also the ENS monitoring for our clients, but specifically we focus on those that have a high risk and environment and social high risk rating. There's what we call an environment and social action plan, which we integrate into the letter of offer for a customer. So that plan simply details the ENS commitments, environment and social commitments, which we discuss with the customer, and once they're in agreement, we embed that into the letter of offer. And later on, during the credit monitoring, we also go ahead and carry out, concurrently with the credit team, our ENS monitoring. So those are just the list of some of the industry permits and licenses which we request for, usually from businesses. We already heard from the previous speakers that there are 16 categories of businesses or services and products that have been ring-fenced for Ugandans, and most of them are falling in that category. So when you approach us at the bank and you want any of these loans, it could be a trade finance loan, it could be a working capital loan, or even a term finance loan. So any of those are finance products. As long as you fall in those categories, those are some of the permits which we request for. Also, of course, for manufacturing, mining, tourism, and even the health sector. So lastly, that is what I've been mentioning is what we are doing as Equity Bank. How about in the rest of the banking sector? What is the regulatory outlook for ESG? So to date, the banking sector does not per se have an ESG framework, an ESG risk management framework, but there have been very positive developments in the last 2 months. The Bank of Uganda, with support from the Uganda Bankers Association, has been able to get a consultant who's working closely with the different financial institutions to come up with an ESG management framework for the banking sector. So those are just some of the areas that this ESG framework for the banking sector will have. So we have already technical committees that comprise of the different commercial banks and the different Tier 1 to Tier 3 banks who are participating, and we have been able to give feedback to the consultant on these different areas of sustainable finance, of ESG risk management, as well as ESG reporting and disclosure. So we can expect that in the next 6 months, Bank of Uganda is likely to roll out an ESG policy framework for the banking sector. So by then, this will help to streamline, some of the challenges that we meet as banks who are promoting ESG vis-a-vis banks who may not be promoting ESG requirements. So what are our key takeaways from our discussion today? When we look at the ESG agenda, the future of the ESG agenda, what does it look like? One, we are saying that businesses worldwide are becoming more and more increasingly aware of the risks that their businesses impact on the environment and also on communities. And then two, we are also saying that companies have to find a way of meeting ESG requirements if they are to remain competitive. And then thirdly, we are saying that if companies invest in having an ESG strategy now, they'll be able to attract investors, both locally, regionally, but also internationally. And this will help strengthen or enhance their public image. And then lastly, also as we move towards a more sustainable future, companies have to take the time to invest in effective strategies which will position them to succeed in years to come. So ESG is still a crawling baby right now, but if we are forward-looking, which we are as a country, we shall be able to take this ESG concept and integrate it into our businesses, whether we are a large corporate or a small or medium enterprise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Equity Bank. I think your presentation really opened up our eyes on what to do. And finally, our last presentation from Stanbic Bank.
Cool. Good morning, everybody. Oh, good afternoon, yes. How are you? I think let's pick up the tempo. My name is Kathy Adengo. I'm the head of sustainability at Stanbic Bank, and it's really such a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, Unoc. It's an exciting time for businesses in Uganda. The oil and gas opportunity presents a lot, but it also leaves us with an opportunity to think more consciously about how we do business. So I appreciate that my colleague at Equity, as well as Charles, have really spelt out everything around what ESG is. I'm not going to go into it into a lot of detail because I'm aware that the reason you're here is for two things: to understand how this impacts your business and what's being asked of you when you're tendering or participating in a bid, right? I'm going to go through exactly what is in every criteria in an ESG aspect that affects your business. You're at different levels of growth, but it's very important to understand when you're tendering for work, how this impacts you, and then how that links to access to finance. And my colleague at Equity mentioned the ENS risk assessments, but I'll tell you why we care about ESG by the time we are going to lend to you so that you can borrow and grow your business. So let's start with, I'm not going to get into this. We've kind of, just as a rehash, the reason we have these frameworks is just to assess and be able to measure how your practices are being done, yeah? So in the context of contract bidding and access to finance, let's understand this really, really well, right? Is that you've seen us talk about regulation coming up, yeah? The finance sector is being regulated. We need to understand what that means for each and every one of you. By the time we're actually looking at regulation of ESG and why it affects access to capital, right? So the first things first is that most stakeholders are concerned. And when let's simplify ESG because it sounds very technical, but when we think about ESG, it's really a topic of humanity. It's really about people, it's really about the environment. The one thing I always say over and over again that we take for granted, we live on a planet that was gifted to us. The trouble is, we have a capability of being, what's the word? We take it for granted and we overconsume. We all want to make money. We all want to be profitable. The question is, how are you doing it? Does it have to be at the expense of the environment? Does it have to be at the expense of people? Does it have to be at the expense of you ignoring the governance processes? So you'll say, I'm a business, but I'm not going to register. I'm not going to register for taxes. It's just, how are you doing business, but doing it purposefully? And that's what ESG is actually, in essence, trying to do. And the topic of looking at it as a point on humanity is that all of this started from the basis of the fact that as a human race, I don't know what we are very capable of self-sabotage, but we have a tendency to disregard what could possibly go wrong. And if you're in an environmental space, I mean, if you're in a business that affects the environment, maybe the overconsumption of water or polluting water, without understanding what it means to other people who are to come, right? So really, that's what ESG is about. It's really a human topic. And when you hear people talking about labor rights and diversity, it's really about how we're living well, but at the same time being purposeful in how we do business and make money, all right? So the reasons these standards come into place and why they are put into value chains is that we want businesses like yourselves to be responsible in how you do your work and still be able to make money. So I'm going to look at some of the key things that you need to bear in mind when you're actually bidding and what it means from an environmental perspective. Charles had touched on it quite a bit, but I'm going to give practical examples because a lot of you, by the way, just a show of hands, who are our clients? There are a number of you. Thank you very much for your business. We appreciate. Yes, but it's because of clients like yourselves who are actually practicing and doing business the right way. These are some of the things that are going to be asked of you by the anchor clients who are giving you your contracts, or by us who have to embed these criteria before we lend to you. We need to assess the risks that you're creating from an environmental perspective, and I'm just going to touch environment, I'll go on to social and the rest. Let me give an example of maybe, let's see, these are all the different things within the environment. So obviously they'll check to see if you're compliant with your requirements and certifications, ISO, etc. So in every tender, and maybe by show of hands, has anyone gotten an opportunity to bid and seen a request for specific elements like this in your contract? Have you ever come across that? Some have, some haven't, yes. And I'm sure the first thing you thought was, why are they asking me about all this? But you do realize over time it's to get you to a level of standards that are required for you to be optimal in the way you do your business in a responsible manner. And this is why these ISO certificates. How are you managing resources? Is your work, if you are a construction company and you're part of this entire value chain, but are you impacting the water? Are you impacting air? Are you impacting noise? Oil and gas is quite special because for Uganda, it's in the national park. For example, I do not know who provides generators, but somebody does. The noise of the generators in a national park is actually noise pollution. But there has to be regulation around it. So even in your business, are you innovating in such a way that your generators are cleverly designed to minimize noise? That's what it actually means to embed ESG in the way you do business, is that you get innovative around, am I the one who did that? Okay. You get innovative around how you provide your business to minimize the impact on the various aspects that could be environmental. The same thing could do with how are you managing waste? Yeah? This entire opportunity of oil and gas is in such a pristine environment, right? So even as you're doing construction of hotels in Hoima, as you're providing catering, as you're providing all the various services, are you recycling? Are you making sure that the waste is not being put back into the environment? Are you doing the right things responsibly? This is what's being asked of you. It's not really rocket science, it's just slight investments, because recycling I know is hard. It requires some investment, but it's about doing the right thing, yeah? So that you're not impacting where you're operating. Same thing with biodiversity. Just because you're in a road construction business, what impact is what you're doing having on the land? Are you having to be the cause of deforestation? Think about all that before you actually do your actual operations and embed those principles, the right principles that avoid you affecting the biodiversity. And of course, health and safety is very important. This one is very key in every aspect of the way you do your work. There are some businesses where it's more critical than others, but health and safety of your people, of the communities, and the way you do your work. And these are some very, I would call them basic requirements, but they're actually embedded for the right reasons. So if I touch on social really quickly, this one is interesting because people don't recognize the impact of getting social aspects wrong. And I'll give you an example. In agriculture, how many here are in food supply and agriculture growth? I'm sure there must be catering companies or people who are providing food, rice, whatever it might be. Now, one of the things we recognized when we did a study was agriculture, yes, it's the breadbasket for Uganda, but the practices of businesses in agriculture sometimes ignore certain aspects. And one of them is children on the farm. And I tell you why. Because the first thing is like, okay, the kids are not doing much. Maybe they go to school, maybe they don't. But if you have farmers, and especially the outgrowers, who are working with you and are not taking care of making sure that their kids are actually going to school, you, as the contractor to these outsourced farmers, are encouraging the wrong behaviors. And just because you want to make profit, you're hiring underage people. I'm sure you've seen really bad cases, especially internationally. I know many of you like designer clothes. I can see very smart people here. But for you to have got some of these products, it depends what was happening in the value chain. You've seen companies being sued, and I think a couple of them, like maybe the Gap, although the Gap has closed, in their value chain, they used to have child labor in some of the factories in Bangladesh. Just because they wanted to maximize on operational costs at the expense of human beings. That's not right. So the reason we're trying to make sure that these principles are applied in your contracts is that you're practicing business the right way, not at the expense of any other human being. So you will see things like practice in ethical recruitment. I'll give an example. We had a client who was in manufacturing. They wanted a loan from us, and as we were doing our environmental and social risk due diligence, sometimes the client invites you to see their factory. So we get there, and one of the things they were doing was packaging. They're packaging some sort of parts, electronic parts, to wherever they go. I think it was a value addition process. So we said, okay, great. So we go to see the client, and the one thing I asked was, oh, how many jobs are going to be created? Because the first thing, you know, how many jobs? They're like, oh yeah, there'll be 500 new jobs. As we're walking through the factory, what surprises me, which nobody else noticed, was there were only men on the shop floor. So I go, this is interesting. So I looked at what they're doing. They were just packaging like small, imagine putting something in like a box the size of that flower. And then they push it onto the next person and it goes. So I just asked the MD, out of curiosity, I was like, why are there no women on the shop floor? And he paused. And the reason he paused was he first went, no one has ever asked. Because in their mind and in their HR policy, nobody had ever thought diversity, employ women, factory work must be for men. That's just what they assumed. Nobody had had a conversation with him to say, you know, out of these 500 jobs, 50% can be for women. It just hadn't occurred to him because it wasn't embedded in his company. He didn't think that way. And what is best about it and how they became a good client is that he's promised to me the next day, because he was a bit embarrassed and the team was a bit embarrassed, his promise the next day was like, okay, we're going to develop a HR policy. And a year from now, we'll come and present it to you. So what he did, and actually, yes, the year passed because we met him a couple of months ago, and they have actually gradually, they put in place the policy, and they've done the gradual recruitment of the women to reach that 50%. And that's all it took. One conversation, one thought process. One amazing leader who believed in it, you know? And it changed everything, which meant there was a good 250 women who got employed. And that's what it means. But simply because some practices are not understood. Same thing with, let me see, there's discrimination, respecting human rights, all, you know, there's forced labor is an issue. I was just chatting about it with my colleague Eva. Forced labor is an issue which people don't understand, something called modern slavery. You've seen labor companies exporting people to other places. Same thing with your businesses. Just make sure that you're treating people right and treating them well and treating them fairly. You shouldn't be holding back wages for no apparent reason. You shouldn't be holding back their IDs and passports. You shouldn't be treating people unfairly. Those are the practices that they're asking of you in these criteria, okay? And it sounds normal, but you'll be amazed how many businesses are unethical. So yeah, so that's that. And then lastly, on governance, this really boils down to how you're operating your business. Like I said, are you formalized? Are you registered? Are you doing the right things? Are you transparent in your reporting, in your finance reporting, in the way you're conducting your business? It revolves around your legal compliance, conflicts of interest, making sure that you're not corrupt in the way you do business and taking brown envelopes or trying to bribe the anchor client so that you get the deal, or you come and bother my brilliant RM Eva, who is in charge of the sector, and trying to get your way around, trying to win a bid. No. So all they're asking of you is just ethical practices. Do business the right way. And one of the opportunities we present as Stanbic, which is a unique one, is we recognize that for a lot of Ugandan businesses, formalizing to achieve all of this is hard, which is why we created a business incubator. How many of you have heard of the Stanbic Business Incubator? Do we have any beneficiaries? or anyone who has joined, you've been a part of it. Fantastic, thank you. Oh, a round of applause for you, please. Yeah, but part of the reason we go through this is to assist you in making sure that you are top notch in these criteria and you're able to get to the point where you need to go. We recognize it's a journey, but for you to be able to win these bids, we are willing to train you at our Stanbic SME Incubator to support you to formalize, but also help you to achieve these criteria, but at the same time support you winning the bids. Ultimately, that's what you want. You want to win business, but you have to do business the right way. You have to do it purposely. This is why this is required. So to sum up really quickly, of course, with all of that, the sole reason we exist is to support your business growth. We want you to be sustainable. We want you to succeed. Because if you succeed, we all succeed. We create more jobs for Ugandans. We create more opportunities. The economy thrives. You're happy. You're rich. You can take us on your yacht whenever you get one, or whatever boat cruise when you're very successful with oil money, right? But with all of that, we understand how your challenges are existing in the way you do business, but how we can solve for them is also available. We know what is practically an issue. Some of them might include your lack of collateral, how the contracting and bidding process is very complex, so there are some requirements you need. It could be forex risk, it could be your certifications and regulatory standards that need to be put in place. And how can we solve for this? We have various solutions from our trade solutions, whether it's bid guarantees, performance guarantees, and this is what you need. And you can come to us. And Eva, I'll just allow you to stand up for a second. Eva is in charge of our oil and gas sector. She'll be available if you want to talk to her about these different solutions. They're available. Contract financing, whatever it is that you need. Vehicle asset financing for some of your businesses. Forex solutions, business online, because you can't be coming to the branch anymore. You want to run a business efficiently. We have something called Business Online, which is an online platform for enterprises like yourself, where you can handle your payroll, where you can handle your transfers or payments. You can handle everything seamlessly with your accounts team. The signatories are online. You're not doing paperwork to run your business, and everything is linked to your business accounts. So that's why we create all these amazing platforms. FlexiPay is another one. If you haven't got it, it's an amazing app. We can link your accounts to your merchant code. We can do all of these facilities for you to make sure you're running your business efficiently and less costly, okay? So I think with that, that's about it. These are all our capabilities. Of course, we'll be able to share this presentation so that you can have access to that. And our team is very readily available to support you. But in essence, this is what ESG in practice really means and what it means to help you win business, be sustainable, grow in a more purposeful way, meaningful way as you're transforming society and making good money. So thank you very much. All right, cheers.
Thank you, Kathy, for that amazing presentation. We thank Naomi, we thank Charles. I think by the time we leave this place, we'll all understand ESG. So we want to have like 5 burning questions now before we close. There's 1 there, there's 2 there. Now I need gender balance. Ladies, any lady with a burning question? Okay, there's 3 there. Where is number 4? So we have 3 questions, right? Okay, we'll start from, where was the first hand? Okay, kindly put up your hand so we can see where you are again. There's 1 there. Thank you, Kenneth, for taking the microphone.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Ahumuza Barunji, Director, Weberly Tech Solutions. I've heard of ESG for over 5 years now. And my question tends to human rights, as we have come to understand that the human rights in our country are different from the human rights elsewhere. When I hear the word ESG, what comes into my head first is BlackRock, World Economic Forum, and the G20, pushing their agendas onto companies and countries. They have changed one of their policies is the Pride Month. They have changed the month of July to the LGBTQI. I'm not against them, though our country's constitution is against that. And some of the policies of the ESGs are going to affect our country's constitution in terms of our human rights. I'm not against the LGBTQI, because your country's
You can speak, we'll be able to hear you. Dennis, where are the microphones? Come here and speak from here.
I understand part of the ESG's plan is to push the woke movement on us. The woke movement, I mean the LGBTQI and whatever they stand for, but Uganda's constitution stands for something else. Your country's freedom fighter is a terrorist in another country, and that country's terrorist is a freedom fighter elsewhere. So what plans does Unoc have to protect Uganda's constitution and our human rights in respect to that?
Thank you very much. I think the banks will be the best people to respond to that. I'll leave that with Kathy. The next question. There's a lady there in red.
Thank you all. I'm Baba's Immaculate, Manager Tenders, IET International Energy Technique. I've really liked the ESG. For me, my question, I would like to know, is there any certifying body or where we can get those certificates around here? Or what are the criteria and procedures of being qualified under ESG?
Charles, you respond to that. A third question. There was a third arm.
Thank you so much. Once again, I'm called David Mwezi, representing Co-Effort Works. I have two concerns. One goes to Unoc, and then the other one goes to Petroleum Authority. Madam Catherine talked about capacity. And as we were introducing ourselves, I saw capacity in this house. There is capacity. We need really to do the matching, to do the categorization. Like, for example, as we are in this hall, we would probably do the zoning, for example. I know that probably the tour and travel companies are seated together for easy and future collaboration. Then the other concern that goes to Petroleum Authority is about verification. At one time, I submitted all my documents, and they sent me an acknowledgement saying that I've been enlisted. So at one time when I was applying, bidding for some work with the Sinope, they told me, no, you have not finished the process. And indeed, when I went back, I found the process was not complete. And that was after some period of time. So I made some calls, and a lady, which I don't want to mention the name here, told me that we shall look into that and we shall revert you. That day, after like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, I saw a team of Petroleum Authority on my doorway at the office, and they had come for verification. My point here is we shouldn't wait. Since we have submitted those documents, we shouldn't wait to call for that kind of response. And lastly, this one is a request that the presentations we have had here through our emails here, kindly send them to us. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think PAU, you'll be able to take on both those questions. There's a lady there, Brian, behind you.
Thank you very much to all presenters. My question, I would like to get the difference between ESG and environment, social health, and safety, because it's kind of confusing. Do companies need to have ESG policy more apart from environment management policy, social management policy, health and safety policy, because all those are interacting. So do we need to have a separate one, ESG policy?
Naomi, that will be for you. So we have these two here, and we are done. We are running out of time.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Douglas. Again, come from a company called Exponential Ventures, and I'm one of the contractors in oil and gas. My question goes to PAU. Of recent, I've witnessed, I'm referring to the word Ugandan company. I've seen ring-fenced jobs for Ugandans. Some foreign personnel register companies in Uganda, and the company is qualified to be Ugandan. When we bid for jobs, you find they are the only Ugandan in Rio, Ugandan. For them to have sources of capital different from us, they bid you on a price very small, and they take the job for a ring-fenced activity. What is the solution for us?
Yeah, PAU, you have heard, and we have one more question there.
Thank you very much. My name is Asona Oscar Walugembe. Allow me to drift off a little bit, but as Unoc, I think you are party to the issue of deemed VAT, which is affecting some of us who have intentions to supply. So could you really give us some progress on what's happening, because your sister body URA keeps pumping us with emails claiming their VAT, but we all know this issue has progressed to certain levels where we can't really do much about it, but it's affecting our potential to do business.
Phillips, would you like to respond to that? Okay. I can respond to that. That Unoc is only starting to do oil and gas business. Our normal business before has been done under PPDA, and we are only starting to do oil and gas business with the Kasuruban block, which has not really done much. And so that is where, as of now, you cannot claim your taxes. You cannot be deemed zero rated, or what the term is that is used for other oil companies, because Unoc is just starting to deal with the oil side of things. We have been working under PPDA. Kasuruban block is going to be under the oil and gas procurement, but some of Unoc's business will still be under PPDA. So it is not going to be a guarantee that every contract you get with Unoc is going to be automatically under oil and gas procurement, where the supplies are zero rated for VAT. Now, Naomi, will start with you. Brian, where is the microphone? You can come here. Okay.
Thank you very much to my colleague over there who asked the question. She wanted to know whether ESG and environment, social, health, and safety are different concepts. It's actually the same concept. Now the S, which stands for social, also caters for aspects of health and safety. So it's common, you'll find different companies who are using the term, like we heard from our colleagues in Unoc, who are using QHSE, quality, health, safety, and environment. Others, you'll hear them using HSE, ESG, but they are more or less the same. But the international term that is being used worldwide is now ESG, but the S is catering for health and safety. So really, there's no confusion there.
Thank you very much. Kathy?
I'm the one addressing the work question. So, no, it's a very complicated situation when you're trying to make sure that human rights are respected and you have inclusion and diversity. Yes, different laws will differ between countries and what global standards would otherwise be for what inclusion and diversity means. But I'm not government of Uganda, but in terms of what it means is that assessing the implications of the law will take some time, especially with international people, development partners, even ourselves. We're international companies adhering to both. We need to respect the laws of Uganda. We also need to respect global laws that we're also adhering to. So all I can say is that the implementation of the law is what needs to be negotiated, and currently all those forums are happening between the development partners, private sector, and the government, and that's where we stand for now. But yes, it's a tricky, complex thing, because what I do like with the engagements and the negotiations is that you end up at a middle ground at some point. Yeah, at some point. So that's the most you can do for now, is really engage. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Kathy. Charles?
I'm responding to a question by one who indicated or asked to know if there are certification bodies for ESG, or where they can get more knowledge about ESG. The onset of COVID brought about very many opportunities, especially online learning, and there are very many institutions around the world that are offering short courses in ESG. For instance, I know that the Corporate Finance Institute, CFI, has a certification in ESG. This you can choose to do the entire certification, or you can also choose to do only the first course unit, which is actually free of charge. and it gives you knowledge about what ESG is, what it entails, and how it impacts, or how business impacts ESG, and how you can address the same. Then in terms of sustainability reporting, the Global Reporting Initiative also offers a certification in sustainability reporting. This you can also engage online. In Africa, there are some private companies that have been retained by GRI to offer this training either physically or online, and then later you pay and do an online course in sustainability reporting. But there are also very many online platforms like Coursera, EDX, Udemy, who offer short courses in ESG, and most of them you don't even need to pay a penny. So utilize online resources and you'll come across most of these opportunities in ESG. But most importantly, and this is the last from me, is that if the company can afford to employ someone with a background either in environment management, health and safety, social development, they are in position to comprehend these issues very fast and advise the company on how they can be integrated into their day-to-day operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles. And lastly and finally, PAU. You have 3 questions to respond.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll start with the one from David in regards to the verification of documents. Now, once your documents are submitted, we go through a process where we cross-verify the authenticity with the other regulatory bodies, URA, NSSF, and then we are able to verify and qualify you. Now, the second part which we are talking about is the classification. Now, at the point once you're qualified, you're free to bid and participate in bids and business. However, if you're bidding for ring-fenced services, you then require to be classified so that they can know whether you're eligible to offer a service that is ring-fenced for Ugandan companies. Now, as we speak now, we have close to 3,000 companies on the National Supplier Database that have been qualified. And of those, about 2,400 are mainly Ugandan-owned. However, we have to do physical verifications of all those different companies. So at times, the strategy is that we try and prioritize and see those who are participating in bids so that those are visited first, so that you don't miss out on any opportunities. But we're trying to work as fast as possible so that we can classify everyone on the list. But we appreciate the feedback. Then in regards to companies that have foreign ownership being classified as Ugandan. Now, for the oil and gas sector, the definition of a Ugandan company goes beyond just the ownership. So for Uganda's oil and gas sector, to be classified as a Ugandan company, and this is why we have to come and physically verify, we look at a number of elements. The first one, we look at the management and control of the company. Now, for management and control, we look at who are the shareholders, who are the directors, who controls the company's resources. Does that have the participation of Ugandans? So you may have ownership being foreign, however, the directors, some of the shareholders are Ugandan, and the Ugandans actually do the management and control of the company. In that respect, that company would pass that element. Then we look at employment. Now, for employment, a company has to have overall at least 70% of its staff being Ugandan. And then it goes further to also say at management level, at least 30% of the company's management has to be Ugandan. Then for technical, at least 65%. Then when it comes to casual labor, 100% should be Ugandan. So we also look at that. What is your employment structure like? How many Ugandans do you employ? Then we also look at the compliance. Do you pay as you earn for these people? Do you pay social security for your staff? So for you to qualify as a Ugandan company, you need to be able to tick across all those elements. It's not just one or the other. We look at all these different aspects. So you may find there are those elements where a company has some foreign ownership but meets the minimum thresholds and thus can qualify to be Ugandan. I hope it's clear. Thank you.
Maybe just in addition, your presence at the National Supplier Database expires after 3 years. So it's always advisable that after every 3 years, you update your status. And that might sometimes explain why you find your status is not complete. But I think what is also important to note is that we shouldn't blame the lady for acting very fast. It is our internal mechanism that for as long as we are sure a Ugandan has gotten an opportunity, we move in very fast to see that the process is what? Is complete. So the intention is positive. The intention is to make sure that we do not procrastinate and we do not impede anything that relates to your opportunity. So that is the intention. I thank you.
Thank you very much, PAU. Thank you. And really, we have many partners. If you have any questions, please write them down, give them to Dennis, we'll distribute them, and you get responses. We have our strategic partners we would like to thank. We have Uganda Chamber of Mines. Humphrey, are you here? Uganda Chamber of Mines is one of our strategic partners. We have Equity Bank, represented always by Christine, we appreciate. Eva from Stambik, that one is our little sister, we really appreciate. And John Chazef from UNBS. I mean, we have all the resources to be able to support Ugandan companies, to be able to get the certifications, the financing, and everything, and also practical experience. And Stambik Incubator, definitely, if you have never registered, look it out online. They always have long-term training that is free for all Ugandan companies. And so before we close, I would like to call Catherine to close this meeting.
It's been quite a long day, so I don't intend to keep you here longer. But first, I want to appreciate each one of you. We are really, really deeply grateful. As you can see, the hall is still full to capacity, and it's past 1 p.m., so I want you to clap for yourselves, really for being resilient. Yeah, but I'm certain that the subject of ESG is really one of those sensitive ones, and I'm quite happy today that it's been simplified by everyone. Sorry. It's been quite a complex subject for most of us, but I think from the presentations, it's been made very easy for most of us to appreciate. First, I'll just summarize a few things that we need to recall as we go away. That ESG is very critical to win any contract. So let's keep that in mind and know whether we are submitting any bid in whatever form, given the sensitivity of oil and gas for all contracts, make sure that our ESG policies are very clear and included. That's in addition to other requirements, the legal, technical, financial, national content, and other requirements are spelled out. So the other takeaway we need to keep in mind is that ESG will attract for us new customers, new investors. So the banks have made it clear, with ESG in place, we see more new capital or more capital and new markets. So we have to keep that in mind. If we want to think that it's complex, but at least we remember that. ESG also enables companies to make sustainable investment decisions. So as you measure the value gained, you also have to look at the impact arising out of your gains. Not just profit, but how has it impacted other sectors, other people, and the environment. ESG also enables companies to attract and retain high-quality employees. Surely no worker wants to work with a company that exploits its workers. Health and safety is not a priority. A company that pollutes the environment, it becomes very difficult to sustain any reasonable, high-quality employee. So everyone is alert to that. It's also ethical, as we've seen, under governance. So I don't think that without proper ESG policies, we'll be able to retain high-quality employees despite the unemployment levels in the country. We've also been told about the reputation. It's very critical. The moment we have an oil spill or anything, it means we didn't do much about protecting the environment and the people. So the reputation is high level, brought down. So for all of us, in whatever we are doing. It also enhances operational efficiency, and hence we cut on costs. I think this has run through all the presentations. It's part of the wider sustainability efforts. It enables us to comply to the regulations and also help in risk management. So we need to keep that in mind as we think it's costly, but just remember the benefits that will come out of it. Then again, I must say that there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Already we've noted that different companies call it different things. At Unoc, it's quality, health, safety, and environment. Elsewhere, it's just ESG, though we have also an ESG strategy and policy. Somewhere else, it's environmental, social, something. So it can be called anything. What we need to do is to align to make sure that the key pillars are responded to and actioned. Then again, just to add that ethics is very, very critical under governance, and an ethical ESG strategy can really backfire and bring down the company completely down. So some of us could be thinking of hiring ESG specialists. They prepare fantastic ESG strategies, but the authority will come to verify. So if they find it not proper, or if the results or the outcome of your exercise is different from the beautiful strategy, and then it will backfire, the due diligence will certainly confirm that. So we need to make sure that our strategies are also as authentic as possible. Just to wind up and say that ESG is not complicated, and it's everyone's responsibility really to aim to get on the pathway to net zero, and the choice remains with us, either to lead, like most of us have said, we are the leading in something. Do we want to follow others as they proceed, or we want to lament and say those people of oil, they can never give us a contract, even if you do what? Yet actually we have a role to play. So let's do our best as much as possible and know that ESG is a broader framework used to assess the whole organization's practices and performance to make sure that it is sustainable, but also helps in risk management and also in tapping into the opportunities that are available. So without keeping you here longer, once again, I want to take this opportunity to thank each one of you. And I had many people, either CEOs, MDs, or heads of something, that encourages us more than sometimes over-delegating to such a critical event to people that cannot take decisions. So we need to keep that in mind. So when someone comes and is at a certain level and they cannot even convince you and you just comply to Unoc's call, and then time is wasted, resources are wasted, and there's no change, and we remain in the same state of operation. So I would like to thank all of you here, because at least most of you are in a position of taking decisions, and when you go back, you start working and implementing the information or the knowledge that you've acquired from this workshop. Thank you very much. Please clap for yourselves. Yeah, last but not least, I would like to thank the team from Unoc that made this possible. That team is led by Miss Jessica Chiwine. Please stand up for recognition. Yeah, Jessica worked with Lillian, Dennis, Vivian. Where are you, team? Please stand up. You must be somewhere in between. Dennis is there. Vivian, Brian. Yeah, thank you very much. This is a national content team that ensures that we also comply, because we must comply on a quarterly basis to make sure that we disseminate information and build the capacity of our suppliers. Thank you very much, team. With those many or few words, on behalf of the CEO of Unoc, and Mr. Phillips had already delivered her apologies. This should have been her space. This was her remarks. I summarized them a little bit. I would like to declare this workshop closed. Thank you very much. You're welcome to lunch, please. Jessica will give us details. Yeah.
Thank you very much for those closing remarks, Catherine. Lunch is served, but before we go, we'd like to have a photo with our speakers and our strategic partners. Uganda Chamber of Mines, UNBS, Stambik, IVA, Standard Chartered is not here, PAU, and Equity Bank. Yeah, kindly let us have a photo. Lunch coupons are being distributed at the gate, but there's also information we are going to send to you. There's a Women in Energy and Extractive network that was created to make sure that women within the industry can actually come together and benefit from different activities. We'll send you the presentation. Emily, where are you? Okay. Okay, Emily, please come here and so people can see who you are. And just one, sorry? Okay. Let's give her another microphone. Yeah. So this is Emily. We're going to share some information with all of you, the men and the women, so that you can engage. We would like to get all the women within the sector to become part of WIN. Thank you.